Everybody. We are back home from Vietnam, and this is our first broadcast back here in Florida after we have been gone for a couple weeks. I know some of you have been emailing and asking why we haven't been on Twitch every week, but it has been because we have been in Southeast Asia having a very lovely time. And now we are home, but we are home only very briefly here in Florida. I have a show this weekend, Saturday the 22nd at Disney World. So instead of going straight back to visit family for the holidays, I am stopping here in Florida to do my Disney show, to do a Twitch, and then we leave for Kansas on, a few hours after the Disney event, actually. So we're here just briefly, and Matt is here, I believe. Yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
He's here, yeah. And there's some sort of kitty stuff happening at the door here. There's an outdoor kitty that is meowing at our indoor kitties. So if you hear some kerfuffle over there, it's okay. There's a wall of glass in between them.
Hello, everybody. I don't see anyone in the room yet.
Oh, okay.
But maybe it's playing some catch up.
Maybe so. I did post about it unless I put the wrong time. Or I'm on the wrong day because I'm still in Asian time zones.
No,
I don't know.
People are popping up.
Oh, okay. Yay, hello people.
Ricky, Luna Pixie,
Yay.
Lisa Isabella Russo, Iron Moonbee, Christy Colson.
Okay.
What are we painting today? Asks Luna Pixie.
What I'm painting today is an illustration for a tarot card project I'm involved in. Every year I do a project called 78 Tarot where they have 78 different artists do a different tarot card, and this year I have the Devil card, which is pretty exciting. Not especially Christmassy, but that's the one I'm working on, and my deadline's coming up, so that's what I'm working on today.
Queen Tree's asking how Vietnam was.
Vietnam was awesome. I love Vietnam. I want to go back. I had a wonderful time. I had not been there before. It was our first time visiting, and I really didn't know what to expect from it too much other than just watching travel shows, and had a fantastic time. I think Maddie enjoyed it too.
Yes, I very much enjoyed it. We started in the north and we went all the way to the south.
Yeah, we went through many different cities. We took a couple of domestic flights within Vietnam once we got there too, so we could see the whole length and breadth of it. And
Kendransha says, "What was the weather over there right now?" I'm not sure what you mean.
What was the weather like there? It's tropical. It's pretty close to the equator, so it's hot. I think it was probably around 90 Fahrenheit every day.
Oh, it was a little bit 80s, cooler 90s. Than that. Okay. Yeah, I would say
kind of like Florida, but not as cold as Florida currently is. Even though
it seemed to have the tropical weather that we do, but not as many lizards.
Not as many lizards. No, we did see geckos, but we didn't see lizards like we see here, or other animals. But we saw.
And Dranshan says, "Holy fashizzle, that's hot."
Oh, yeah. Well. Again, we're from Florida, so we're kind of used to that. But this time of year, I think a lot of the people who are visiting Vietnam are doing so. Like we stayed at a beach resort sort of place for a few days, and we went on a boat for a while, and it looks very tropical, islandy in a lot of it.
Yes, like I was saying, we started up in the north. A beautiful city. I believe the second largest city of Hanoi.
Yeah, we started off in Hanoi. We flew into Hanoi.
I was very much enamored with the city.
Hanoi's awesome.
Remarkably lively, very dynamic.
It is.
It's just bursting with
culture. You feel like stuff is happening all the time.
Right. You cannot be bored there.
No.
So I very much enjoyed that.
I like kind of popping up in a random city far away where I don't speak the language and just walking around and getting lost.
Although I will say that people often just a person off the street, they speak a bit of English no matter what.
Oh yeah, more so than I think any other Asian country I've been to, other than obviously something like India. I think people spoke English pretty well for the most part.
Luna Pixie says, has the card for this particular piece already been decided? It's the devil.
Yeah, this is the devil card. I'll talk about that. I don't know,
Yeah.
I didn't know if people were in the room yet, so I didn't want to talk too much about it, so I don't have to.
Yeah, the devil is actually
later.
a card in the tarot.
Yeah.
And what does
you.
that card mean? What's the meaning of that?
Well, it depends on the deck. So there are a lot of meanings for the devil card. Here is the Rider-Waite version of it that I'm loosely looking at when I'm doing my sketch here. I'm not very far on this painting. I started laying it out at like
very popular image.
1 o'clock in the morning or something like that. So yeah, this is the Rider-Waite, one of the original tarot decks that people use for basic symbology, etc. That's in there. So of course,
that's kind of like a Baphomet.
Yeah, he's a very Baphomet sort of
demon,
goat, demon horns, etc. And of course, I'm Jasmine, so I'm going to do a kind of Jasmine-y sort of devil here. And I've gotten with a female interpretation. Specifically, the 78 Tarot project theme this year is elemental, and I chose fire because devil. And I've kind of given the same sort of symmetrical look to my card, what will be my card, as the original Rider-Waite tarot deck devil card, where you've got the main character kind of in the front. You can't see all of it probably on the camera because this is a really fairly big painting, and I don't know how much my camera shows, but so I've kind of combined the idea of one character sitting on a pillar as having a very singular, narrow, vertical figure that kind of doesn't quite turn into a column, but she'll kind of turn into all these little demons at the bottom. So, but it's going to be a very vertically aligned painting. It's going to have a nice circular sigil behind it and some wings, kind of like the little devil bat wings that you see here. I didn't give her horns because I thought that might kind of detract from the feminine aspect of it, but I have put a drawing, I don't know if you can see what I've sketched in at the top. It's very bright. I've got a million lights on here. I put a tiny little goat skull in her hair there as a little hair ornament. And instead of having the two characters here that are chained to the column, I have instead taken the theme of the chains around the neck and the chains that are attaching to the column, and I've kind of used it for what will be her little dress outfit thingy that she's wearing. And she'll have some chains up here. So she kind of will represent the chains, the column. Of course, it's double, meaning you're going to be tied to something, physical issues, etc. You could go on and on about those. And actually, I have one of the previous 78 Tarot is going to be one of the prizes we're giving away tonight. So I'll talk about that a bit more later.
And what was your card in that?
That one I had the moon, which I think a lot of these are just shipping out now. Basically, the 78 Tarot project, we have 78 artists, everybody does a card, and then I think this is the 6th year. The elemental deck last year was mythical, and I did the moon as a card, and I'll show you that one real quick because I have it here because it will be a prize. But basically, once the deck is made, and these are super fancy. My friend Katie is a great graphic designer, and she runs a Kickstarter that does these and makes the fancy little boxes and stuff.
No, it was not Celestial.
Oh, I'm sorry, Celestial.
No.
Oh, what?
You're saying Celestial? No, Mythical.
Oh, Mythical. Yeah. This one, yeah, Celestial was the one before that. Mythical is the current one that literally I think just shipped out. So it's kind of staggered by a year since they do it as a Kickstarter. So like I'm painting this one for next year, but the one that just came out is Mythical. But I did the Celestial one too. I think I've done all 6 of them. But yeah, I did the moon card last time.
Yeah, you've done all 6. You've done Major Arcana each time.
Yeah, I just lucked out on that one, or somebody's looking out for me. But these are lovely, lovely cards.
Flip
They've
it
got
over.
little gold details. I mean, look, these are super fancy. I love them.
What's on the opposite side?
I think I showed you. Little Ouroboros, it looks like, with a...
Where was it on the opposite
triquetra?
side? I saw more moons.
You saw more moons?
Yeah, I thought I had seen other moons. No, on the opposite side of the card somewhere.
Okay.
Maybe I saw a different deck. I don't know.
I think are you thinking of the website, maybe?
Maybe.
These
I
are
don't
the
know.
little Ouroboros with the Petra, the little Celtic.
Are those only on the major in that?
I don't know. I literally just got this, so I don't know. I don't think they have different backs. No, they all have the same backs, love, because otherwise it would give it away.
Oh, okay.
These are also gilded. Ooh, fancy. But anyway, so with these, every artist, there's a bunch of us artists, and everybody does a different card, always very different art styles, and all sorts of nifty things happening in these. That's very exciting. Look at that. So everybody is either hurriedly finishing theirs up right now or working on theirs like I am currently for this coming year. And the painting that I'm working on, the actual physical acrylic painting on wood here, will be debuting at Spectrum Fantastic Art Live next March, the end of March next year. Gosh, it's coming up. 2019 in Kansas City, they have combined Spectrum Fantastic Art Live with Planet Comic Con. So Spectrum has become the art show for Planet Comic Con. They've joined forces, and that's going to be at Bartle Hall, I think March 29th, 30th, and whatever. I think it's 3 days next year.
I may have the info.
I don't know. It's at the very end of March. Anyways, this is a painting I'm going to be debuting there with prints and the actual painting. And then the image is also going to be the illustration for the card deck for the 78 Tarot for the next Kickstarter they're doing. And I'll definitely keep you posted on all that. I know it's a lot of info. But anyway, so this is the Devil card. And I'm not very far along. I've drawn this and redrawn this and sketched over other bits, and it's going to have a lot of complicated background things happening in it, so it's taking me longer than it usually would do for a regular painting of mine. Part of it is because I'm painting this on a 24-inch by 18-inch panel, and the proportion of the card is slightly different than that. Like for the cards, they're more narrow, so it's going to be cut off in the cards, not in the actual painting, but the cards when they're printed will be a little bit more narrow. So I've kind of rethought originally. I had the circle coming out further, and I was like, oh, I don't want that to get cut off. So I redid the circle a few times, and I'll just be putting it down in paint finally while you guys are here watching me. Because I know that anything that's like an inch or two off on the right hand or left hand side there will be disappeared, but that's okay. Also, a little bit here is going to be covered up because it will have my name on it, or the name of the card. I think it has my name on it too. I don't remember. But so when it's a project like this that is a commissioned illustration for a very specific publication that has size restrictions, I have to put more thought into, hey, do I want that wing to be in the card? Do I want if I put a little fancy volcano scene up here that I'm planning on, do I care if that gets cut off in the card, or do I care more about it being in the painting and the subsequent prints and the canvases and everything?
I would say I would go with the painting.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that's the thing. I know I'm going to be painting things in the painting that won't be in the card, but they're there, so it will be a fun print, and more volcanoes and demons. So that's kind of fun. Sounds like a book title.
Volcanoes and Demons.
Dan
Brown.
Dan Brown. Yeah. Symbols. One thing I'm going to do now is, since I do have the circles where I want them to be, as opposed to 2 o'clock in the morning where I did not want them to be, I'm going to start getting some white paint and going over theirs, because my idea, I don't know how much this is showing up. I've got 2 circles here, and I've got some sort of little sigil imagery here.
They are difficult to see.
Basically, looking at this one and making it bigger is what I'm doing around her. But you won't be able to see a lot of it because she's standing in front of it. I actually, where's the pictures I had? I was looking at...
So Luna Pixie says, did you lay down a primer beforehand? If you did, what do you use?
Oh, when I like, if you look at the kind of grayish color in the background, I do. I use usually Liquitex Basics Gesso, and I mix it with different colors. Like this one, I put some blue and brown and purple to make kind of a dark neutral. So when I am building up with brighter lights, it will make the shadows of things seem a little bit darker. And if I put warmer tones, since it's going to be a fire sort of elemental piece, the shadows will be cooler. If you have a warm light, you make the shadows cooler. If you have a cool light, you make the shadows warmer. Sometimes, not always, but that's a good rule of thumb. So I've kind of done 2 coats, 3 coats of that on a piece of board before I even started.
I remember
sketching out. Yeah.
very, very cold days in Kansas City growing up as a child. I used 2 coats also.
Yeah. You can use your shoes for a pillow too.
Yes. That sounds like sage advice.
Yeah. Anyways, I printed out some pictures of fire to look at, and also like magical spell effects. Some of these are screenshots from, I think this one's from Doctor Strange, and this one's from a video game or something. And I'm just looking at these as ideas for, I'm not making it look specifically like these, but for the idea of having, hey, I kind of want the symbol to look glowy, and what does that look like when it's in a dark area? So I've got these kind of off to the side when I get to the point that I'm going to start saying, oh, I'm going to make this more orange or more red, because I really want it to be obviously fire, since it is an elemental based deck. I don't want people to think, is that ice or is that air? What is it? I want it to be totally fire. So I'm keeping these over here.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Pixie gave us some bits.
Oh, thank you for the bits.
And Grinchy says, did you buy any cool things while in Vietnam?
A couple cool things I got. The city of Hoi An is very famous for having tailors who do custom sewing there. And you can go and they'll take your measurements and make dresses, or you can point out anything like in a catalog or magazine or anything, and you say, hey, can you make that for me, but with this fabric? And they will literally do it that same day. So I got a couple dresses made that I had looked at before and could never get to fit me right, and I had them make some dresses with the fabrics I like, and that was pretty neat. I got
a bookmark.
Matt got a bookmark. What else did I get? Oh, I got some little cup noodles and instant ramen type things that were vegetarian that I found at a convenience store. I'm not really good at buying souvenirs.
Yeah, I'm not a souvenir person.
We
travel too much to buy.
And,
I just don't buy stuff.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I bought something else. I got some tea. I got some tea that they make there out of pomelo blossoms, like the giant grapefruit things, and they make tea out of them. And I got some of that. I got some lemongrass oil for my scent diffuser.
I sound like Charlie Brown?
I do?
No.
Oh.
Oh, Matt, you sound like Charlie Brown.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I guess that's a compliment.
Like your voice does, or were you saying
idea.
something, Charlie? Is it like a Christmas thing?
I'm not sure.
I've seen the Christmas thing. Okay. So what I'm doing now is I'm taking some pure white paint. Again, looking at pictures of fires and magic circles and stuff like that, you notice the sort of factor that ties them all together is the brightest part of it is going to be probably the whitest white in the whole painting. That will make it look extra glowy when I'm done. So since I finally got the circles and things to a level I think will still look like a circle, but I don't care if it gets cut off a little bit in the final illustration for the Oracle or the Tarot card deck, I'm going to start using white paint and just kind of going over my circle lines that I outlined earlier. This isn't especially exciting to watch, but I'm kind of happy we're able to do Twitch at all, because we are literally in between Vietnam and Kansas City right now. This happened to be in Florida, so. We are leaving for Kansas City, again, very early Sunday morning.
Right after
my Pop Gallery show at Disney World.
That sounds awesome.
Doesn't that sound awesome? I'm going to be so with it when I get to Kansas City. But, yeah, so we are flying, though, and we probably won't be able to take all of our video equipment and all that stuff with us to my Kansas studio. So our next Twitch won't be until January 6th. Because that's when we come back again here to Florida after Kansas. At that point, we'll be here in Florida for a while because that is when Epcot, the mid part of January, starts the International Festival of the Arts. And they are going to have me do, I think, 8 different autographing events at Disney World during that time. There's a lot of them because it's we actually have 2 tents with my artwork at Epcot for the International Festival of the Arts.
Yes.
Yeah, there's the Wonderground Gallery tent and then the Pop Gallery tent. The Wonderground Gallery tent is where my Disney character art is.
We currently don't know the location, but I promise you, they're easy to find.
They're all around the lake. You can't miss them.
Yes.
Yeah, if you just do the loop around the lake at Epcot, you will see them. I probably won't know like which one it will be until I get there. But they will pass out maps, or you can just walk around the Epcot Lake and you will find.
We should have good weather when we're in Kansas, says Sassy One.
Oh, I think we should.
I really don't think we'll have good weather.
Well, no.
Yeah.
A lot of people think good weather might be 50s and 60s. Maybe.
Oh, that's not what I would call good weather.
There you go.
No. Perhaps relatively.
You know what? It's going to be better than it has been some years when we've just lost power in Kansas and are. You know, it's been snowed in and we had to postpone Christmas by a week and silly things like that. Certainly happened before, hasn't it?
Kieran and Nigel said their feed is laggy.
Well, they've just moved into their new place. I don't know what their internet's like.
Kitten says that sounds cold.
Yeah.
It is cold.
It is cold. If you're used to here.
50 to 60 next week. No bad snow or ice.
Okay, see that's good. I don't like having to worry about ice storms and blizzards.
It's only 56 in Georgia and dropping down to 46 tonight.
It sounds like, well, it's a little bit warmer here in Florida, but it's still cold compared to usual in Florida. I don't want to complain about that though to people who might be getting snow and such.
It's 4:22 and we're at 43 viewers.
Yay! Some people showed up.
Well, it is close to Christmas.
I know.
I don't even know how busy this week normally is for Twitch people.
I have no idea. I'm just kind of amazed that we did this at all, really.
Me too. Escapade says, am I correct that we can only trade your pins when you are at the Pop Gallery tent, or not at all due to being on Disney property?
I don't know. I don't know if that's I think it doesn't. But you can't trade them with Disney cast members, but you can trade them yourselves all you like. You just can't trade them with. You can't go to like the Wonderground Gallery and trade a Strangeling pin for a Disney pin because they're not the same. I make my own pins. Disney makes their pins. They're different. So you can trade them with people who have Jasmine pins, Strangeling pins, but you can't trade them for Disney pins. Until the day maybe Disney makes a Jasmine Disney pin, and I think if they did, it would be super popular. But we shall see. That's up to them. But I myself, if you're talking about me, like wearing a lanyard, I'm not going to wear a lanyard of Strangeling pins at a Wonderground event, if that makes sense. It's like bringing, I don't know, something from Taco Bell to Pizza Hut, and it's not a same sort of brand. It's different.
I'm sorry that your internet's not very good, Kieran. That sucks. What is that in Fahrenheit? I don't have a clue. Oh, I guess is that to someone else in the room?
Oh, I don't know. Well, you're talking about 50, 60...
Yeah,
90s.
We are talking Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
But somebody else in the room might be talking about... Oh, -7 Celsius.
Oh.
Well, that would be very cold.
That would be cold.
Because 0 is 32.
Yeah.
So -7 Celsius is very, very cold.
It is. It's not like... I'm trying to think of what point it switches over. What degree is it, Maddie, where it's the same in Celsius and Fahrenheit?
I don't remember. But there it is. It's point something something.
That's the thing.
Yeah. So everyone's talking about what temperature it is in their city.
Ah. Well, we're colder than we usually are.
I have
here,
no idea
what
the temperature is outside.
I don't know. I think
maybe
it
67.
I think it got 70 here
65,
today,
I don't know.
which is not bad. I really can't complain that much.
-7 is 19.4 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay.
That's pretty cold.
That's cold, but it's not, world record cold. But no, if it's in the 50s and 60s when we're in Kansas City, I'll be okay with that. I just want the power to stay on and water to work and all that. Sometimes a lot to ask.
Yes. Miracle of water.
Eh.
I remember pipes busting when I was a child.
Oh my gosh.
Luna says, I didn't realize the circle would be going in front of the she-devil.
You know, I don't know if it will.
So I think it's funny that it's a she-devil. So does that mean a boy devil is a he-devil?
I guess so. But I don't know what part of this. I might put her wings in front of the circle. I'm just filling in the whole circle right now because whether or not it's in front of her wings, it's still going to be glowing. And her wings are probably going to be some sort of slightly transparent material like skin or leather or fabric. So if the light is going behind her wing at that point, I want a notification to myself to say, hey, make that part of her wing a bit glowy where the light is showing through. So the circle won't necessarily be going in front of her there, but it will go behind her and maybe it will show through parts of her hair after it goes there, but I'm going to fill in the whole circle just as a note to myself in the future.
Kind of it's similar to your Unseelie Court in a way.
Yeah, they tend to be characters,
that symmetry.
Very much so. They've got
symbolic
that symmetrical thing. They've got a lot of
symbolism,
history, painting references in the background. Nice circle, weird stuff happening. Yeah, I think that's actually in the. I wrote a text concept for it before I started working on the sketch last night to send to the publishers, and I think I sent them links to my Unseelie Court pieces and said, hey, something kind of like this. So you have a good eye.
So Nikki is wondering whether she should go to Universal or Disney.
Disney?
This weekend. Like to goof off and have fun with rides.
I don't know. I haven't really been to Universal all that much. I've seen neat stuff there.
Ian thinks the rides are better at Universal.
Depends if you're riding them once or if you're riding them for many times over decades. If you live there, I mean,
my opinion about
can count
Universal
on one hand how
is
many times I've been
it's
to
fun
Universal,
if you visit it
yeah,
like a couple times, but the replay value isn't
yeah, if you're
as
gonna
strong as Disney.
Go once a week, I would go Disney. But,
yeah, the Harry Potter thing is Disney or Universal's ace in the hole.
I've not been to the Harry Potter Universal. I've been to the studios in England where they actually filmed everything, and that was really neat. They have all the stage sets up there and all the costumes and all the props. That was really a lot of fun. If you ever wanted to see what Bellatrix's teeth looked like in person, they have them on display. Oh,
and they're her actual teeth.
Yeah.
That she had in the movie.
Well, yeah. Is that a kitty cat bonking around outside, Maddie? Okay. Not our other friends.
But yeah, sure, Universal's fun.
They're both good.
Have you already decided on her skin tone? Maybe she'll be a little bit red.
She might be. More than anything, I think she's going to be kind of backlit by this magical circle that's around her. And then the... probably, like I said, I want to put a volcano up there, but I don't want it to affect her so much because in the card version, she's going to be cut down more narrow through the center, and I don't want to have light sources that aren't reflected in something in that ambient sort of atmosphere around her. So she's going to be a little bit backlit, so her skin tone probably won't matter that much in the end. It will be which areas are getting reflection and which areas are kind of in shadow. And I'll be able to play that up a lot since I'm putting these chains in here, again, trying to reference the little chains that are on the little peoples down here. And I'm using it as part of her outfit to just kind of tie that together. Since they'll be made out of some sort of metal, I think I'll really get to play with the bright orange, red, fiery lights versus maybe some dark blue backlighting. And you know me, I like to do a whole bunch of light sources in one painting.
I used to have a Tenacious D shirt that was based off of the Rider-Waite Tarot,
Yes.
the Devil. Unfortunately, I wore it too often.
You know,
and it wore away.
I have one too that I got at a Tenacious D concert. It doesn't fit very good, but I wear it as a nightgown sometimes. But it isn't just completely a circle. It's also got a little wonderful goatee face in the middle. So this is what I'm looking at when I'm drawing this. And it's also got a few little symbols.
Sunshine's hopped on my
Sunshine
aquarium.
on the aquarium? Oh, okay. Hey, Sunshine, enjoy the aquarium.
Are the kitties happy we're home?
Yes.
I suppose. They seem happy, but I don't know what they do when we're not here. So there you go.
No, they seem very happy when we were home. They were all waiting at the door when I came in, and they were all making little songs and wanting treats, so. We give them a lot more treat, or I do at least, treats than our cat sitter does, so. I think
Jasmine
they like me
spoils them.
They do.
Makes our kitties fat.
Well, it makes 2 of our 3 cats fat.
Yeah, Sunshine.
Sunshine's very petite.
Yeah, she's not into the treats as much.
No, she'll eat them if they're there, or she'll eat like 2 of them, but Rio and Gamera will just eat them until they're gone. I give them treats when I go to bed at night, and I give them to them first time in the morning and when I get up, and then also throughout the day if they cry at me a lot, or Rio will get on her hind legs and horsey around, and it's hard not to give her treats then.
Husky wants to know when will Pride come out.
When what?
Pride.
What does that mean? Oh, I'm doing Vanity. I see what you mean. Pride and Vanity are the same sin, basically. It would be whenever I get a chance to paint her. My painting time is very booked up currently with projects like this and a bunch of gallery shows in a row and a bunch of Disney stuff I'm working on, doing something for the 50th anniversary of the Haunted Mansion. I haven't officially announced that, but I kind of just did. So I've got a lot of things lined up, and then when it's a time where I can paint a painting for myself that is not for a specific show then or project or publication, I would like to do the final of the Deadly Sins. That would be really lovely. I've wanted to for quite a while now, but I've always been working on some sort of show or commission or project, so we will see. But yeah, Pride and Vanity are, I think, the same sin, aren't they, Maddie? As far as, like, 7 deadly sins. You gotta pick one or the other. I think I'll go with Vanity. I hear the word pride, and in a way it seems more like a positive thing sometimes, as opposed to vanity, which always sounds a little bit seedy.
Disney does look very pretty during the holidays. So Kieran is having bad issues with his connection because they have a routing issue.
Oh, like in their new house there?
Yes.
It's not on our end here.
No.
Okay.
If I can see the stream and it's fine.
Oh yeah.
It's not on our end.
Yeah, it must not be.
It's almost never on our end.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Because you would know.
Yes, I would.
Yeah.
Yeah, the parks are really busy. The best time to see, if you want to see Christmas stuff at Disney, the best time is early December, believe it or not.
Yeah.
After Thanksgiving.
Or really early January.
Even then,
a lot of
it's been
people
busy.
don't want to see Christmassy stuff in January. So.
Yeah.
Self included. Yeah, if you go this time of year, to a lot of places like that, really, it's just going to be wall-to-wall people. But they do they do things that they don't normally do when it does get crowded like that.
Right, there are visual things.
A lot of
just
additional
use to get
entertainment
on the rides.
options, and they'll open up restaurants that aren't usually there, and little pop-up bars and stuff to keep people occupied and to make it more of a, hey, there's stuff to do even though the lines are crazy.
Well, Nikki, if you dislike crowds, I wouldn't go to either. Because
Yeah,
they're both
I wouldn't
crowded.
either. Yeah. Yeah.
You can do a meet and greet with the Grinch, apparently, at Universal.
Oh, I was gonna say, it must not be at Disney.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, M. Campbell.
Hello. Starting to look kind of angel-y. But again, her wings are going to be in front of the light. I'm just painting the light behind them because I know the wings are going to be a slightly transparent material. I'm not really continuing the circle around, for example, behind her chest or abdomen here because she's going to be solidly built and she's not going to be transparent. But her wings might be. So I know that the light, if you had a light circle like a flashlight behind you, it might show through if you had fairy wings on, but it's not going to show through like your torso. I'm not going to worry about that. I'll actually most likely be finishing this one when I'm in Kansas City, so I've got to let this one dry and pack her up to bring on the suitcase on the airplane and hope that everything goes okay.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. It's always weird when I have to work on part of a painting at one studio and then part of the rest of the painting at a different studio. It gets confusing to me. And then years later I look at it and it's hard to remember which one I painted it at. Which for some reason is important.
I know this is a tarot card, but will it be a print? Yes, it will be.
Definitely. It won't be until next March because I'm going to debut the painting and probably the subsequent prints and canvases at the Spectrum Fantastic Art Live / Planet Comic Con show in Kansas City.
Osler chick wants to know how long will it have to dry?
Oh, not long. I can make it dry in less than 5 minutes if I have to. What I'll do is I'll just take a hairdryer and put all over this. The acrylic paints dry really quickly, and I put a lot of water in mine, and you'd think that would make it dry slower, but really it kind of makes it evaporate quicker. At least in a climate like here where it's pretty warm. Hey, Kitty. Are you coming to say hi, Sunshine? You don't usually do this. Hey, honey. You
I forgot about Twitch.
You forget about Twitch because we were gone? Oh, okay. All right.
She wants no
Nothing
part
to do
of
with
that.
me. Okay. I just didn't want her to jump on the back of my chair like she sometimes does and just scare me.
Right, so we have about 20 minutes till our first raffle.
Which is the first one? Is that for the tarot deck?
Yes.
I'll show that again. And again, this is the last year's one that is just being released now. It is the 78 Tarot Mythical deck. And the one I'm working on currently will be for the Elemental deck. They've also done a Celestial one and a Nautical one and the other one they did. Carnival. And then the first one was just like the first edition. So they've done quite a few of them. Anyways,
I think there have been 6 or 7.
I think this is the 6th one, but
Seems like they have. Seems like there's always one going on.
There always is, and like I said, I just got this one in the mail. This is my bonus copy, but I always get an extra one, and I was like, hey, I'd like to auction this off or give it away as a free prize, actually, and I'll sign it. And it's a whole deck, comes with a book, and very lovely. You can see some of the other cards on the back. Gesundheit, Sunshine. My goodness.
Easy.
Oh. So usually when they start shipping the previous year's deck, that's around the time that we are working on the next year's deck. As I am now.
Have you ever had a painting damaged in transit between places, and what do you do then?
Not very often. When I have, it's usually something very minor. Like there got to be a bit of a scratch in it. Usually if it goes through border customs and somebody opens it up and if they scratch it or something like at the post office, it means I just have to revarnish it and the paint itself isn't damaged. We did have one painting maybe about 10 years ago. Remember the forklift that went through the box? It was on
I honestly, I don't really like thinking about it.
Yeah, it was
depresses me.
but it was okay, and I'll tell you why. It was a painting, and it was a pretty tall, narrow painting, and a forklift went through it, and at the place, and they delivered it anyways, and it had broken off part of the wood, but they sent it back to us, and we cut off the bottom part of it, and I repainted some of the bottom part of it, so it was cradled up, and it looked like it was supposed to have been that size to begin with. So I made it okay, and then we got it to them. I think that's the only time that's actually happened, and I don't know, I've probably shipped 5,000 or 6,000 paintings over the past 22 years, so that's a pretty good record. But the few times that it has happened, it's been something we could fix.
Yeah. You're very good at that sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, if you're a painter and you do a lot of paintings and you send them a lot, you got to know a little bit about art restoration and just basic things like that, just to keep the ball rolling sometimes.
Kossler's chick says, "Oh wow," and shocked, sad face.
Yeah. And the post office is never, and you can get all the insurance you want, and the post office is always weird about saying, "Oh wow, how's that painting worth $15,000?" And they think it's a scam all the time. And you're like, "No, and you got to prove they actually paid for it, or that you get notes from the gallery, or it very, very rarely happens." Again, I could count on one hand, and every single time it's been something that we were able to fix. So, not bad. I'm more worried about bringing it on an airplane, really, than sending it through the mail. But a few years ago, I was working on a Disney painting, and I was like, okay, I'm just going to mail this to my Kansas studio so I don't have to put it in my suitcase and worry about clothes and cats and other things like that. So I mailed it to myself, and usually it would take like 2 or 3 days to get there. It took like 11 days to get there, and I could have just not bothered and just started it back here in Florida. So ever since then, I'm not really sure what to do when I'm trying to transport a painting. I don't know if it's better to put it in carry-on if I can, but that's very limited in size, or put it in my checked luggage. One time I just held a painting on an airplane, and I wore like a big cape, and I had to put it off through security and everything, but when I just walked around on the airplane, I just kind of kept it off I had a window seat and just stuck it on the side, and nobody really noticed. That was probably the best way to handle it.
So people in the room are saying that we pack things well.
Oh, that would be Matt doing that. I don't do much packing anymore. He used to, but Matt does all that now. And Sarah. And Amber and Chris. But,
yeah.
Everybody but me, really.
Actually, everyone you mentioned but you learned from me.
Well,
but I learned from experience. I mean, it just came with
So what did I do for the years before you worked for me?
You didn't have stretch canvas then.
I did with paintings.
Yeah, with paintings.
Yeah, I did.
Straight stretch canvas.
They were stretched canvases. Are you talking about canvas prints?
Yes.
Okay, well, use your words, because I'm talking about paintings.
Ah.
Back then, all of mine were stretched canvases.
And rolled as well?
Sometimes. Depends how big they were. But I packed all those myself. Gosh, let me think. That would have been from 97 until... When did you start doing it?
Oh.
You don't know?
No. I don't remember.
You don't remember?
2004.
Okay. So I did it for 7 years. That's a while.
They're so rough with luggage, though. I have gone through 3 sets in the last 10 years due to flying. 3 sets of luggage?
That's scary. Yeah, the problem. And then they'll only insure your luggage for, what is it, $1,200, which sounds like a lot unless you shove a bunch of paintings in it, and then all of a sudden it doesn't seem like a lot at all. Especially when it's super crowded and it's holiday time, and we will see. That's the problem with things like deadlines, if I have to go from one place to another or I have a show in a different place, I still have to be working on the painting and have it ready to send to somebody in time. So I don't really get an option.
Oh, luckily you didn't have to take anything to Vietnam.
No, nothing that was painted. I had to work on a few projects there, but nothing that was
Very true.
like a physical piece of wood with paint on it. So that was good. And that was fine. I do miss painting though. If it gets to be a few days, my hand starts to get kind of itchy.
Kimmy wants to know how jet lagged we are.
I'm always a little
I'm still
jet lagged. We travel so
Last night I
darn
actually
much
got
and-
some sleep, and I went to sleep at a normal time. The night before I slept on and off, and it was pretty weird.
Last night I went to bed after midnight and I got up at 2 something, I think. So I'm probably jet lagged.
But it's Kimmy. It was way worse than the UK.
Oh yeah,
it's only 6 hours.
it's a whole different day there.
In Vietnam, it's the exact
It's
opposite.
exact opposite. Yeah, England is fine. I can do that all day long and I won't even notice. But with something like, at least to Florida, if I'm going from California to the UK or vice versa, that's a bit longer. It's another 3 hours. But to Asia, to Vietnam or Japan or India or something like that, it's exactly 12, 13 hours off. So if it's 9 a.m., it's 9 p.m. and your day off. And if you're trying to count how many days, because got to pay the water bill for my studio back home or something dumb like that, I'm always off, and it drives me a little bit crazy after a while. And then sometimes my phone will be the right time, and sometimes it will be the wrong time. And
Yeah, if I seem a
I
little
just
bit
can't
tired or
be-
off right now, it's because my
yeah,
brain is somewhere over the Pacific.
yeah. And we went through 3 countries on our flights back, so
Yeah.
that was pretty exciting.
Not to mention when we get home, it's hit the ground running, pack up a
Oh,
bunch
yeah.
of things. So
No, as soon
people
as I get home, it's like
get
a
things for
billion
Christmas.
emails that say, "Hey, I know you're out of town, but," and
Yeah.
they all start that way. Emergency.
yeah, no one. I don't think anybody ever really respects that. It's everyone in the world.
I'm not
is
talking about
I
customers.
know
I'm
you're
talking
out
about
of
like
town, but-
employees and like business
Yeah.
stuff. But yeah, it's everybody really, and it's like, "Hey, I know you're on a boat in Vietnam and don't
Right.
have internet
We'll
right
be in
now,
the middle-
but could you please upload this file?"
Yeah.
Like, no, that's kind of what you just said, but no, never.
So, word of advice: if you really want to go on a trip somewhere, when you're over the Pacific, throw your laptop in the water.
Or just don't. Yeah, that's true. Or
Yeah, because otherwise you will never get away from home or work.
yeah, especially if you bring like 3 laptops everywhere
Yeah, well, we bring 2 laptops and a nice iPad.
and 2 iPhones and
Oh yeah, so
no problem.
I guess we asked for it.
Yeah.
Everyone else on the trip had just had their phones. I was like,
I
"Ah,
know.
why don't you have 9 laptops with you? What's wrong with you?"
Because they're not running a small empire, except some of them are. I don't know.
Yeah, actually, every
Actually,
I
Sonia
will
was there. A
mention-
lot of you guys might know Sonia.
Yeah,
My
a lot-
website admin was there.
yeah, we were traveling
With
with a
me.
lot of people who were often individually successful.
Yeah.
A kitten says, "Sounds like Bob and I. 2 laptops, 2 Kindles, 2 iPhones."
There you go. Well,
Yeah,
it's not like I would even bring any of it if it wasn't for work.
yeah. I remember.
I don't
I-
think I'd even get on the internet hardly. I don't
I
know.
remember I booked a room at one of the resorts. It was one of our free days off. And I booked a
like a day room.
Yeah, a separate
Yeah.
room in the resort
Just
just,
to
so
have
I
an
could work
office.
alone.
And it's
And I
like,
just
oh,
did
this is
computer work
how
all
you
day.
live it up in Vietnam. You book a day room to make it into a temporary office, separate
Yep.
from your other temporary office on a different floor.
Well, Jasmine was
That's
working
how
in the
I roll,
other
man.
room.
Yeah.
We didn't, and at the time,
that is how we relax.
yeah, we had
Okay.
to just be in separate rooms.
I know. It happens.
I guess you guys really don't get vacations, says Costa.
No, that was the most vacation I think I've hardly
yeah,
ever
it was still
had.
good.
So,
No,
yeah.
the thing is, you mix in good times.
Yes, and we definitely did. We had some very lovely times.
The devil. It's the devil tarot.
This is the devil card for the 78 tarot elemental. And it probably doesn't look very exciting yet because it's in the early stages. This is part of the reason I don't sketch a lot here at Twitch, is because again, this is probably about 14 hours into me sketching it. So if you were to watch me dribbling around with gray paint for 12 hours, I think everybody would leave. But you can at least see where the light's gonna be. And it looks white now, and again, parts of this will be blocked off by her. But it's not going to be white, it's going to be fire. Very flame orangey sort of colored fire. Again, I'm looking at some pictures here of different fires and spell effects.
I like the
such.
devil.
So
that's one of my favorite cards.
It's a good card. Any of the major arcana cards are good because they always mean something exciting is happening. So if you're looking at it from a card reading perspective, or from a, hey, looking at neat pictures and want to see exciting stuff perspective, major arcana in general.
Everybody wants to do a 3-card pull with the tower, the devil, and I don't know, what's another one that would be ominous?
Hanged Man.
Yeah. Those 3, that sounds like a winning combination.
Yeah. Unless one of them's upside down.
Dun dun dun.
And then it's like, oh, let me check the little book to see if upside down means something in this deck or it doesn't.
Now, if you're getting a tarot reading and they say, and they stop, like you're getting one in New Orleans, and they stop to read their little book, I suggest going to the next booth over.
Yeah. Well, everybody has to start somewhere.
True. It's really cool to see it take form now that, not that the other way is bad, but it's amazing to see from this part.
Yeah, I've had a few requests from people asking to see some of the earlier stages of a painting, so I wanted to get to the point where most things are going to be where they're going to be. I might change your arms around a little bit, or her hands at least, because I've drawn a bunch more, I don't know if you can see it, but I've drawn a bunch more figures down here at the bottom. So I might move our hands a bit, but other than that, everything is pretty much where it's going to be in the final painting. Probably. But starting with the very light areas like this will be the brightest part of the painting, again, to reinforce the idea that it is an elemental deck, and this is the element of fire. This will give me a good sense of where reflections will go, where reflected light will go, where reflected shadow will go, where the highlights in her eyes will go, if her hair is shiny, where the shine in her hair will go, on the little metal chain links around her dress and stuff, where they will be shiny. All of that will be somewhat determined by the brightest light in the painting, which will be this magical devil circle. What's the official term for it?
Well, Lady Dracula says, I actually had a hand today. Power 10, swords 9, swords.
Oh, there you go.
My thing is, if you do tarot every day, I mean...
It's like doing your horoscope every day, Maddie.
Yeah, it might be, but some of them seem so like your life is changing.
No.
That, I mean, to do it all the time...
Usually, if you really read through a lot of them, there are some very subtle things to them. They're like, or also a minor unbalance, or, you know, something like that.
People are talking about the benefits of cruises not having internet, or you have to pay for it, and I said that we had free internet the whole time when we were on our little 3-day cruise in Vietnam.
Yeah.
That was in Ha Long Bay.
Ha Long Bay is one of the most beautiful places I've ever been in my whole life.
You guys have probably seen it on Discovery Channel or something.
Yeah, if you search it, it's HALONG, 2 words, Bay. And it really is one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen. It's ridiculous. It looks like a screensaver or something. It's where they filmed, as they mentioned a few times, the King Kong movie, the Skull Island one. And it looks like it's computer generated, but it really looks like it there. It's pretty amazing. But yeah, we docked our boat outside of where the bell tower was, so we had internet.
I think I actually, on my Patreon, I think I put a photo of Halong Bay.
Yeah, I think that was one of the earlier times in our visit that we were there in Vietnam, and we did have internet. So that's why I think I put an Instagram even up there. I have a bunch of pictures I'm going to be posting up at my Patreon, behind the scenes sort of stuff or family things I usually put up at Patreon to not show it to the general public. So if you're up there and you get to see behind the scenes, you'll be seeing that. Oh, it might be before Christmas. It depends when I can sort through everything. This time of year, we're usually kind of not bogged down, but we've got a lot of orders still going out, and people worried about getting their shipments before Christmas. And then I've got a show at Disney on Saturday, and then we're leaving later Saturday, early Sunday for Kansas. So it's kind of a crazy time for me to say, "Hey, I'm going to go through my vacation photos right now."
Right.
But I promise I will be. Also, I want to wait for my brother-in-law, Paul, to post his vacation photos to me because he is a professional photographer and took pictures of all the same things I did, and his will be way better. So I might share some of those also.
Yeah, it seemed like we took a lot of group photos. But I don't know how many Paul took.
Sunshine, don't bite on those wires.
But he got a lot of good nature shots. I don't know if he got those monkeys.
I got a picture of the monkeys, yeah. We went kayaking, and we were under a tree, and I looked up and I saw the monkeys. So they're kind of monkeys from below, but there was quite a few monkeys. I like going to countries that have wild monkeys in them.
We're rumored to have some around here. I've never seen one.
I've never seen a wild monkey in Florida, but I know other people have. There are a couple of established colonies of some monkeys that escaped many years ago and have just had a breeding population here. Did you read the book Summer of the Monkeys when you were a kid, Matt?
No.
Did you have to read Where the Red Fern Grows?
Is that the...
For the doggies?
Yeah, I read that. That's sad.
It's the same author.
Okay.
Summer of the Monkeys is...
yeah, I was not a fan of that book.
The original one with the...
I think we all had to read that one.
What?
I think we all had to read that one, Where the Red Fern Grows.
What do you mean by we all? Like people your age in America?
The kids in my class.
Oh, okay. And so I said, did you have to read it in school? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I didn't read The Summer of the Monkeys in school.
I read it when I was a kid. I didn't read it for school.
It says, I hated that book.
Summer of the Monkeys or Where the Red Fern Grows?
Probably Where the Red Fern Grows.
Summer of the Monkeys is about the circus train car crash in Florida. That was a true story, and that is how monkeys got out into Florida. And in the story, which is, I think, a fictionalized retelling of a true story, there was a bounty for capturing the monkeys for kids to go capture them and to bring them back and get a reward. So lots of monkeys lived in the woods, and they would go look for monkeys. Not a great story, but...
That sounds like it would be fun.
Yeah.
Like Ape Escape.
Kinda. Parts of that kind of looks like Halong Bay.
Yeah, Halong Bay, there's really, it's pretty shallow water, but it is connected to the sea. And there are 1,969 islands made out of limestone that just kind of jut out of the water.
They are.
And so they're not
dragons, apparently.
They're not volcanic. They're limestone. It's a bit different. That's how one of the tour guides explained it to us.
That's how it looks like such a... You see the really weird sort of shaped formations, almost like you'd see in Monument Valley in Utah or somewhere. But they are in the water, and they're made out of limestone because the ocean's kind of eaten away and made weird arches and strange pointy mountains. But it's all tropical, so it's covered with palm trees and monkeys and beautiful blue water. And it looks like very much like something out of a science fiction movie or not a real place. Someplace they'd go in Lord of the Rings, maybe.
Yes, it does kind of have that Middle Earth thing going on. Except, maybe more like, it seems like a place they'd go in Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah. They probably did. There's
probably
a lot
did.
of those movies.
But it's gorgeous. I remember coming up to it on the bus, and it looked kind of unreal. Oh,
And it goes on for, like you said, 1,969 islands. A big area. So this first one is for the 78 Tarot deck. Yay! And I will autograph this, but either on the box or I don't know. I just got this, so I haven't really seen a good place to autograph. Maybe on the inside there. Again, it's 78 different artists. I just did the moon card, and then I'm doing the devil card for this year's version. But this is the fancy deluxe version that they have.
All right,
on the
I got a winner.
Oh, who won?
In chat, Lissa Isabella Rosso.
Oh, congratulations.
Right, so I'll write that down on my little book. And congratulations, you got a nice little tarot set.
Yes. Very interesting one.
And Jasmine has the moon in that set.
The moon, I'll put it at the top. Good card. But yeah, that's the mythical deck. So every card in it has a tie-in to some sort of mythological goddess or god or creature or story out of legend. Which is kind of a neat way to do a tarot deck, because then you can draw parallels between the character that is being shown as well as the traditional meanings of that card in specific. Let's see, so we've got the next one, is that for the pirates, Maddie?
Pirates pin set.
Mm-hmm.
I need to do my little note.
Oh, no, I'm just telling people for the next one, because we got, I think we're giving away 2 of these little pin sets, and I'll sign these also. These are the ones that we are actually going to start selling, or the Pop Gallery at Disney Springs is going to start selling this Saturday, the 22nd. It's an exclusive pin set featuring my pirate girls that is only available there at the Pop Gallery. Also their sister gallery, Hoi Polloi in Chicago. But you get 3 little pins, and they are very, very detailed pins. I don't know if you can see them. These took me forever to design the molds because each one has like 5 tattoos with a million colors in it, and they turned out great. And
Jasmine,
down a little card, and I can sign that. Yeah.
Mary says, what is your inspiration for this painting? Did you look through books or Google or something for the design?
Oh gosh, well, it's based off of... We're supposed to base the cards off of the Rider-Waite tarot deck, which is the old public domain tarot card deck you always see. But we were supposed to interpret it with an elemental theme, so I went with fire, and it's a devil, so I should probably go with fire. I thought about doing cold, but I thought that might be a little abstract.
Fire or earth would work for the devil,
I thought ice could, because, you know. Anyways, so I have taken the same sort of very symmetrical idea, but I've put one of my own characters in it. And I've taken the usual sort of devil sigil thing with a circle, and that's what I'm kind of drawing behind her that will be showing through her wings, because I want to give her kind of bat wings like the sky here. In the background, I have quite a few things happening. And you may or may not have been here when I was talking about my Unseelie Court series, but one thing I do with that series and with this painting too is to incorporate some of the same themes visually by referencing art historical pieces. For example, we have this lovely illustration from Dante's Inferno up here. I'm going to kind of paint a representation of this one here. This is an that was an Alberto Zardo one. It's kind of like the Doré version of the woodcut sort of etching illustrations, but it's a Spanish version of it. Then I'm going to have a bunch of small characters around the bottom kind of turning into her dress. I haven't really started on that yet. But looking at this one, which is Louis Boulanger, or I'm American, I'll call him Louis Baker, and all these little fellas going around, little demons coming out through the middle, and I'm going to kind of use that as a thing to tie between the lower part of the painting with the upper part of the painting. Yes.
And Weber just subscribed for 4 months in a row.
Yay! Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. And then what are the other ones I had? Oh, there we go. I want to put this neat painting. This is one I saw in person at the Tate Britain in London when they were having their apocalypse show. They had a bunch of these really big, wide format John Martin paintings, and this is one of them. And it has a little volcano in a cave, so I want to kind of put that up in the background to give another light source to reinforce the kind of hell idea, and also the idea that since it is an elemental tarot deck, I want it to look very fiery. So I want to have fire and lava back there. I want to have fire or magic circle stuff happening here. And then I wanted to, again, use some of the same things from the original Rider-Waite, which was supposed to reference for the project. So she'll have a little goat skull up in her hair, and I wanted to have the chains. I didn't want to add 2 people in it since there's a whole bunch of other little tiny demon people in here. So I'm going to have them, but then I've got the chains that are going around the neck of these 2 people here, and I'm kind of using that as turning into her dress, like her top and her little waist area. So I think that's pretty much all as far as external inspiration goes. Then it's going to be me working with the elements I put in there and how they are going to affect each other, especially light-wise, color-wise, and shadow-wise.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Kazumaka just got into the room and she wants to know how Vietnam was.
Vietnam was awesome. I already want to go back. Already been looking at hotels and stuff, so I want to go back there again. I had a magnificent time. It wasn't necessarily the first country on my list to visit as far as where do you want to go on vacation. I hadn't really thought about it a whole lot, but some musician friends of ours were doing a concert tour there, and we got to join them on that, and that was lovely, and I'm so glad we did because it was one of the most fun times I've had visiting another country. We travel a lot, so that's saying something. Certainly one of the most beautiful countries and very friendly people everywhere. It was easy to find vegetarian food. We found veggie restaurants and vegan restaurants, and a lot of the Buddhist restaurants are all veggie to begin with, and Hindu restaurants and everything. So we had no problems finding lots and lots of good food there.
I've been to 4 or 5 Asian countries, but they're all drastically different.
Oh yeah.
It's
well, they're very.
It's easy sometimes from a Western perspective to kind of lump them together because they're so tightly. They're so tight.
But they're big countries,
together.
though. It's not
but
like
they have so many people, and the culture is so different.
It's not
one
like
to
Europe
another.
where everything is about the size of a state in the United States, kind of, and just a bunch of them put together. It's like a lot of the Asian countries are so large and have been there for so long and have had a very long time to develop into a very different sort of place. It's a very exciting place to visit.
Yes, I would definitely, anyone out there who's wondering if you'd have a good time in Vietnam.
Oh yeah, I'd
would.
recommend it just about anybody.
If you have a somewhat of a dietary restriction like Jasmine and I, we're vegetarian.
Yeah.
We do we do eat cheese, milk, and Jasmine will eat an egg if it's an ingredient, but she won't eat an egg if it's just an egg.
I'm not eating eggs. Yeah.
But there is no problem finding food.
Oh yeah, no problem finding vegan food.
No problem finding a food for a vegan.
Nope.
Even probably a gluten-free person
Yeah,
wouldn't have too many problems because they have a lot of
It's very rice-based. So,
rice noodles.
Yeah, rice everything. So, rice flour, rice.
Yeah. They do like their French pastries since it was once kind of
part of French Indochina for some reason. Yeah.
As well as Cambodia and the Philippines.
Yeah.
That whole peninsula was once known as French Indochina.
So they do still have a French influence in some things there. You'll see it a lot in a lot of the early architecture.
Their au bon pain wasn't too bad.
Oh, you mean pain au chocolat? Because au bon pain is a fast food restaurant? Okay.
I'm sorry. Their pain au chocolat was good.
That's one of Matt's tests, is to see how their pain au chocolat is. That proves how French they are.
In America, we put
frosting
sugar all over our pain au chocolat, and it kind of ruins it.
It should be kind of savory, salty, and very dark chocolate inside, and only a little bit. And that's a good pain au chocolat. Now, there are French bakeries here in the States that will do a good job.
Yes, better than a salad leaf in France.
Yes, I think just about anything is. Hey, I've been to some wonderful French restaurants for vegetarians. That was just one that was very meat-centric. I know what they're referring to, and it was 3 pieces of lettuce they brought me on a plate. Yeah.
Were they different sorts of lettuce?
No.
They were the same
They
types
were the same.
of lettuce?
There's if you Google Jasmine lettuce France, it probably comes up because a lot of people shared that picture.
I Google a lot of things, but
You don't need
I've
to.
never
You can
Googled
just imagine
jasmine
it.
lettuce in France.
Just imagine it, Maddie.
Did you send me a photo?
I think it was before I really did much with the phone sending photos. It was all over Facebook for a while when we're talking about vegetarian things in France. But since then, I've been to France many times and found a lot of good vegetarian and vegan food there. So I was just with a group of people who wanted to go to a very meaty restaurant, and it was like one of those places where they have swords and it's got like raw meat and they cook it there, and I was explaining to them, no, I don't want that. What do you have? And I kept saying salad. I think I didn't know French very well, and they brought out 3 pieces of lettuce on a plate for me. It's when I came back from that trip and I looked like a mummy because I hadn't eaten enough. But that was not a problem in Vietnam. They do like their lettuce there and greens of all sorts. If you order anything at a restaurant, it comes with like a plate that is all basil and cilantro and mint, and it's like this big, and you're not sure what you do with it. You can put it in your soup, or you can put it in your rice wrap or whatever, but there's a whole bunch of greens.
Kazumaka was asking if you'll be painting on Christmas, and I told her no.
No, not on Christmas. You know, I have before, and I try to avoid it. I try to avoid painting on Thanksgiving and on Christmas Day.
If you paint on Christmas, that's your deal. If you paint on Thanksgiving,
I'm not gonna paint on Thanksgiving.
No,
that's my holiday, man. But,
yeah, I would leave the house.
Yeah, I know you would. But no, I'm not gonna paint on Christmas. Christmas is actually a very complicated day for us because we have a lot of family, and when we were visiting up in Kansas City, we've got to hit a lot of people's houses in a very short period of time. So it's mostly putting on coats and taking off coats and talking to family members, and then going in the car and putting on coats and taking off coats and talking to people. And there's not a lot of time for painting there.
Yes, and as someone said in the room, it won't be snowing, so
yeah, if it's not snowy,
that's
good because we've had times in Kansas City when it's been an ice storm and it's awful, and we literally postponed Christmas because we just weren't going to deal with it. And we just did it like a week later or something. Actually, I've had to do that with Christmas Eve and Christmas, haven't we? On different times.
Thanksgiving?
No, Christmas Eve and Christmas.
Oh, Christmas Eve. Yes, I remember we did that probably about 5 years ago. It was awful.
No, Christmas Eve was year before last. That was because everybody was sick. And then
I was thinking about the time we were snowed in.
No, that was it was Christmas Day.
Yeah, and it took
and our power was out. Oh, and that big crack appeared in my ceiling. It was awful. Ugh.
Yeah, let's go back to Kansas City for Christmas.
Anyways, this is a nice Christmassy painting.
So Avaznan likes the painting you're doing now.
Thank you very much. So far, so good. I'm not very far, and I might change some things on it, but for the most part, it is looking the way I want it to look.
Well, it's one of my favorite cards. Again, it's one of my favorite cards.
It's a good card. No. I've lucked out with that tarot project. I've pretty much always gotten one of the major arcana. Usually they ask me what cards I'd like to do, and then I get my assignment, and it's not always the one I ask for, but it's usually a pretty cool one.
Yeah, you've been friends with a lot of the people that are involved in the 78 era.
Yes, actually,
quite a long time.
2 of them were there when I was in France,
yeah,
and I got the lettuce. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. They were there then.
Yep. 2 of them were there.
Not 3.
Well, actually, several of them were there, but
okay.
I mean the people who run the project. I don't know who all is in charge.
As vegans, do you guys avoid cheese or just dairy in general?
We're
not
vegan,
so I wouldn't know.
I'm a vegetarian. No. I'm a vegetarian. I do eat cheese, and I don't buy a lot of like dairy products or something, but I like them if they're there.
But if I was a vegan, I would avoid cheese and dairy.
Yeah, vegans don't eat cheese. I do buy a lot of vegan cheese, which is probably confusing, and I buy vegan eggs and stuff. But so I'm mostly plant-based.
I'm actually very interested in that. We were at Whole Foods the other day, and Jasmine found these vegan eggs that are in this cute little container. What's the difference between vegan and vegetarian?
Animal products. Yeah.
Vegan people abstain from
eggs and cheese.
Eggs and cheese.
And meats.
Yes.
Vegetarians just don't eat animals. If it's alive, you don't eat it. But if it's like it's milk, you'll eat it.
So
did anything die to eat it? That's a vegetarian. Vegan, it's like, was there an animal involved?
And then there's different levels of, some people with fish, they're pescatarians.
Yeah, people who eat fish are not vegetarians, they're pescatarians.
They might call themselves vegetarians.
That's very annoying for vegetarians, yeah.
Specifically, Jasmine and I are lacto-ova vegetarians.
Ovo, but yeah.
Which means milk, egg.
Except I don't like eggs. But that's just me being gross.
So, yeah, years ago, I remember no one even knew the term vegan.
I know.
It was very rare. And then the vegan, wave came. And it's okay because I seem less weird now.
Yeah. No, I've been
being a vegetarian is more mainstream.
I've been a vegetarian for 26 years now.
Yeah, Ricky there is a vegan. She doesn't eat anything that contains animal product.
Yeah, and again, vegans, well, it depends on the vegan, but a lot of vegans won't eat things that include yeast. For example, if you get vegan wine, it is non-alcoholic because there is no yeast in it. Or you won't eat something that has honey in it, or gelatin.
Gelatin, they'll avoid marshmallows that have gelatin. But you know what? And also gummy bears that have gelatin. Yeah. I will say that the vegan gummies and the vegan marshmallows are way better anyhow.
I think that a lot of
vegans are often opposed to leather.
Yeah, but vegan really talks about your diet as opposed to other stuff. So it's really hard to say because it's like, hey, you're wearing sparkly eyeshadow. Does that have seashells in it? It's how weird do you want to get about it?
So yeah, I guess and the leather thing's probably a personal choice. Sometimes
I try not to buy leather stuff.
Right, I try not to also, but some people may say the argument could be there's a practicalness because a leather item would last longer.
Also, you could say it's a byproduct of the milk industry.
Yeah.
Or in India, for example, when cows get hit by cars and they die a natural death, they use their skin for leather, even though they do not eat beef.
But then there's some people that it just kind of bothers them or it grosses them out, and I understand all these viewpoints, and I don't. It's impossible to argue it because it's a personal choice.
Yeah.
But I very much understand both sides.
Yeah, vegans don't eat cheese or eggs or any sort of meat, and vegetarians don't eat any sort of meat, fish, or poultry. Anything that was alive. But yeah, when we actually went to some vegan or Buddhist vegetarian places in Vietnam, and we'd get a beer or wine or something, and it wouldn't have alcohol in it because of the yeast issue.
Kaz is asking about wool. I'm not sure about wool.
No,
that's
again, vegan is a diet. It is what you're eating, so you don't like wool. So that's just you wanting to not purchase things with animal products.
Would it be more accurate to say vegan is a lifestyle rather than a diet?
Depends on the person.
It depends, could say that. Yeah. If you're the individual would have to turn it into a lifestyle.
Yeah, it's like saying you're a Buddhist, but you're also or a Taoist, but you're also an atheist. But you could also be religious and be a Taoist. It's whatever you're gonna do with it.
So yeah, it's hard to say. Again, it's individual. But it's not like I'm an expert. I just have a ton of friends that are vegan.
Yeah, and then it depends where you're at too. Like if you're in Japan, you tell people you're vegetarian, they're not going to bring you onions or garlic either.
Right,
because that's the root, and you're not going to eat that.
Right.
So there you go. And they'll say, oh, no. And I'm like, oh gosh, what did I almost eat? And they're like, oh, it had a green onion on it. I'm like, oh, well, I don't personally care about green onions, so I'm okay, but it's nice that you're thinking of
Some people believe onions or garlic and things of that ilk
if it's a
are
bulb,
a stimulant.
Or that's different than the people who worry about them being bulbs. There is being a stimulant, and people who avoid stimulants and alcohol will not eat onions or garlic. Yeah, but I'm talking about Buddhists. But yeah, I was talking about Japan. But yeah.
So it's kind of strange all over the place.
Yeah, it depends where you're at,
yeah.
and it's easy to get caught up in your own thing and
But
forget
you know
that
what?
the world's a big place.
It is. You can have a
like,
delicious
oh,
dish without an onion.
Yes, and you're like, oh, there's no onion here. This is a vegetarian establishment. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Titch. 8
Yay.
months in a row.
All right,
Wow.
that's a lot of months. Who knows what I'll be painting then?
Hopefully you'll be well beyond this painting.
Yeah, I hope so. Hopefully I'll finish this probably not on Christmas Day, but around there. Sunshine's climbing up.
My sister is vegan, but she will eat meat if it's wild.
Then it's not. Then she's not vegan.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
It's like saying
because she is against our breeding ways. Maybe breeding ways?
I don't know, but no, that's
breeding
no,
ways.
that's not vegan. Vegan is no animal products, no milk, no dairy, no meat, no fish, no poultry. That's just what it means. It's like saying you're, I don't know, you're monogamous except on weekends.
What I would say with that one is that they often have a vegan diet.
It's
but
like saying
every
you're
now and then
vegetarian
they
because you
eat
have a Pop-Tart
something.
for
I don't
breakfast.
know.
No, I don't know.
Yeah. You can be vegan without wearing hemp dresses.
You can. Yeah. If that's your choice, but.
Well, I understand the breeding thing.
Sure, yeah, but it's not vegan.
Right.
Vegan is you don't eat meat, you don't eat fish, you don't eat poultry, you don't eat dairy.
I will say that we do live in a world where we've made it easier to have good substitutes for something like meat.
Sure, I remember 25 years ago, all they had was like harvest patties, which were not great.
So it is easier to have.
Now you can get like Impossible burgers and fake sausages and things. So. Sunshine, what are you doing, honey cat?
That's why Gabriel was so excited to take your bounty bar at Whitby because it doesn't have milk in it. I didn't even know that. I guess that's something a vegan would pay attention to, and
well, it's not milk
vegetarian
chocolate;
wouldn't.
it's dark chocolate.
Anyway, it's good. Enjoyed my bounty. I got some chocolate in the mail the other day. I had a birthday about a month ago, and they're interesting chocolates my sister-in-law Amber sent to me. A gin and tonic dark chocolate, and it was very tasty.
Sounds like something Matt would like.
Yes. Oh, Valster just subscribed for 8 months in a row. Thank you.
Oh, wow. 8 months, man.
Man, 8 months in a row. That means that everyone in the room got pregnant now. We'd all about to be burst 8 months from now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do that.
After our subscription went up. Let's all get pregnant.
Okay.
So our next raffle is, as Jasmine said, is the pin set.
Yeah, pirate pin set.
Yes, that will actually be for sale this Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday. It's exclusive to the Pop Gallery at Disney Springs, but I have a few of these just for myself, and I'm giving away 2 of these tonight. One will be the next raffle, and one will be the subsequent raffle. So those will be the next 2 things. And it's got my Pirate Girls. It's got Captain Molly Morgan, Bootstrap Betsy, and Pretty Pirate Polly. And each one has little tattoos and very, very detailed pins.
I love them.
If you don't win one and you aren't able to go to Disney World, you can also call the Pop Gallery or email them, and they will ship them anywhere in the world.
I'm not sure when we're going to be back in Whitby.
Probably not next year, because I at most I do it every other year. I have 3 other UK events planned for next year. In May, I'm in Tintagel for the Fairy Festival there. Then in the autumn, I am doing a coloring book festival in Bath, and then I am doing the Avalon Fairy Festival in Glastonbury in the autumn also. So I've got those 3 events in England. So I probably won't also be throwing Whitby in there because I think that's at the same time as they're always spring and autumn, and all the festivals are always spring and autumn. So I kind of have to pick which ones I'm going to go to. So next year it will be Tintagel, Glastonbury, and Bath.
When is Tintagel again?
May. If you look at my calendar in front of you, it should say on there.
Okay.
In the 2019 calendar. I think they've already made, Kieran's already made the Facebook page for it also.
Oh, someone says the 4th of May.
4th of May?
Yeah, the room's quicker.
It should be around Beltane, whenever that is.
And it's just one day.
It's just a one-day festival, yeah. It's I have not been to Tintagel before, but I've done other festivals with the same company. I say company, but it's Kieran, so she's awesome and does the fairy festivals in Glastonbury, and she does the ones in Cornwall at 3 Wishes, and she lives down by Cornwall, so she probably knows Tintagel pretty well, but I have not been there yet, so I'm excited to go there.
So did you get to see any good films on the flight over or back from Vietnam? Since it was like a million hours.
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were reading something. I did. Well, I saw films I had already seen before and liked. I watched The Royal Tenenbaums and I watched Rushmore, and those are 2 of my favorite movies. But no, I saw Hereditary, the horror movie that has Toni Collette in it.
Yeah, I recommend
that. Was really
Jasmine.
good. I liked that. I don't think I'd recommend it to everybody.
I would not recommend it to 90% of the populace.
I thought it was really good. I don't know. It had kind of a Ninth Gate sort of Rosemary's Baby / Skeleton Key thing going on that I dug, and that was really good.
Right, I had seen it, mostly I had fallen asleep because, it was probably like 3 a.m. my time. But then I told Jasmine, hey, if you're not wanting to watch anything else, watch this movie on the flight back, if they still have it. And they did. But it's called Hereditary, and it's very unsettling and disturbing.
It's got funny bits, though.
I don't remember any of those.
Okay. Maybe I made up the funny bits. But
People are still talking about veganism in the room. I'm still messed up over is water wet argument. Even consider eating one's own cells.
Well, I can help you with that.
I'm not sure what the is water wet argument is.
No. I hold out for stronger arguments.
Okay, Ian, it'll be nice to see you again.
Oh, is he coming to Tintagel?
He'll try to see us at one of next year's UK events. That'll be great to see you again. Yay. You're very pleasant to talk to.
Yes, you're always welcome by our booth.
You're a very nice guy. Yeah. I'm not gonna argue, but I will make a stance. Water is wet. Yes.
I've seen it and I've touched it, and it is wet.
But I wouldn't perpetuate the argument. It doesn't sound worth it.
I would.
You keep arguing?
I like arguing.
I do too, but sometimes, man.
Oh, not at my Mario.
Kelly Sarah says, my daughter had that argument with me. Really? I hope you were on the winning side. The only side that would make sense.
I mean, is it wet, like, reflexively? Does it feel itself as being wet?
There might be something like that. Smart alecky.
There isn't, like, a dumb meme about it or something.
It's probably a dumb meme.
Okay, yeah. I should ask that about everything all the time.
Yes, I generally roll my eyes at such things, but that's me. I'm a bit cynical. Luna Pixie says, if in order for an object to be, it must have started as dry, so then water must not be wet.
Why does it have to be started as dry? Are you talking about Bible stuff, or?
So then water must not be wet since it was never dry.
Why does it? Who said? Okay, yeah. What is the assumption that
premise.
Something had to be dry?
You have to
validate your premise.
Yep.
Before you
Jasmine
can use
and I
a
are
premise.
in agreement here.
No, I will bring out
that's
a
not a valid
tautology
premise.
chart if I have to, because I will logic problem the F out of this. Yeah.
So now you could say if it was.
Assuming it was.
Yeah, assuming it was.
Yes.
But that's a bad
put
assumption.
an arrow in between it. But you'd have to all agree on the premise before you could even use that as an argument. Get me started on arguing.
Well, gosh, I mean,
if water was sandwiches and everything had to be sandwiches, is water sandwiches?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
There you go, man.
Well, I mean, that's like the I can't remember is it Xenos
No.
who says you can't move. I mean, because if you I can't touch the doorknob I see over there.
Oh, you're saying like the half again,
right?
Half again.
Because I have to travel half the distance
like
in
I'm
between the half, and I can't travel half. That's showing how words poorly explain physics.
How language does not adequately explain concepts. And then that's a logical fallacy. And then you could say that right away, and then nobody'd have to argue, because that's how logic works.
Well, Ian says, but the oxygen and hydrogen atoms that formed the water were originally dry when they were in their gas state. But yes, molecules change everything. That's the molecular bond.
And you're talking about the sum of its parts.
Right. We have to always talk about the sum of its parts because it is water. It's not...
It is greater than the whole because it becomes water. We're using the term water, and you're not talking about the individual components. That's different.
What is defined as covered or saturated in water? So the argument was that water can't cover water.
Water is water.
Actually, water can cover water. Don't you know about the lakes?
Water at the bottom of the ocean?
Yes, lakes underneath.
There's a song about this. No.
There is division of water because of viscosity.
Yes, there sure is. There's even little waves in the water at the bottom of the ocean.
Yes, there are, and little beaches.
And if you try to put a submersible in it, it'll bounce off because it's too dense. This is true.
And Kaza says gas is droplets of liquid. All right.
That's what sort of...
I've never heard this debate before. Well, Husky, I hadn't either. Weren't we lucky before this?
No, I did.
It's a silly debate.
Major in physics before I did art.
But I do envy the time that people have to argue these things.
Isn't that the way about the internet? It's like, could you imagine?
There is an entire YouTube video dedicated to it.
Do these people have jobs?
I don't know. Are they just... Are they,
okay.
Wow, I don't know what to say.
Must be nice. That's what you do with a philosophy degree.
No. Maybe, I'm surprised no one brought up dry ice or something like that.
Huh? It is dry ice, but again, that's
the
just
fault of
the language,
that's just
and it's English
specific,
and they have different words for it in other languages.
They probably did bring up dry ice because of the language.
That's the thing. People confuse the symbol of an item, the word for an item.
Ian
with
has
the actual
way too much
item.
free time at the moment.
Yeah. Hey, that is awesome. Can I have some?
Yeah, I will buy it right from you.
I will pay cash for that. I want some free time. Hey, at least this part of my work is fun. This is turning out pretty cool, actually. Again, her wings are going to cover this up, but I want it to kind of show through her wings, which is why I'm painting it pure white right now. So if I make her wings kind of brown or red, or even like a dark gray, black, leathery sort of thing, I'll still be able to see the outlines of the white popping through it because I'm using solid white without a lot of water in it. It's very opaque. It will almost be raised through it, and that way I will be able to see where my original designs were. That will also help me when I am deciding where to put the shiny bits in her hair, or the little reflections on the skull in her hair, or where on her eyes the reflections are going to be. Part of the darkest part of her face might even be towards the middle of her face, since she's going to be lit primarily from immediately behind and also more distantly behind when I put in the little lava volcanoes and maybe some purple blue stuff happening. Meantime, I'm going to go run up to the bathroom and wash my hands real quick, and I will be back in a moment. And Matt can talk about if he saw any good movies.
Let's see, what did I see? Trying to say, well, I saw Hereditary, which I then told Jasmine she should see. Has anyone seen that movie? Maybe, it doesn't really have a lot of presence as far as, well, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't really sell itself. I saw a movie, can't remember what it's called now, but it's about this guy who becomes paralyzed, and then he gets like this AI, Hereditary. I'll type it in. It's in the horror genre. But this one guy who it's in the distant future, not distant, near distant, and cars drive themselves and whatnot. And he has an AI that's installed to his otherwise paralyzed body, and he can turn it on and off, and he can like kick ass and stuff. I forget what it was called, but that was interesting. Oh, I don't think it's scary. I think it's more unsettling. The raffle is for the pirate pin set that Jasmine will have debuting at... Stop it, Sunshine! At Pop Gallery on the 22nd. Sunshine? She's attacking the back window. She probably sees a lizard or something. Hi, Muriel. Let's see, what else did I see? I watched The Shining. I often, if it's on, I usually watch it. Yes, we know, time for a new chair. Everybody likes or hates Jasmine's chair. It's seen better days. I'm thinking about hooking up a motor to it and like seeing how fast I can make it go down the street. Maybe I could get up to like 45 miles per hour. And I could put Sunshine on the back and we could just coast down the street and I don't know, pick up some Taco Bell and show up the drive-through window in the chair and just be sitting there relaxing, ask for a couple burritos, then be on my way. I want to thank you for having an event in Florida. I'm flying down tonight, and we'll spend some time with my mom before the holiday. Oh, that's nice. I hope you have fun with your mom. Without your event, I'm not sure I would come down for the weekend before Christmas. Well, that's cool. I'm happy you get to see your mom. That's sweet. Queen Tree just saw The Shining for the first time. Well, hopefully you saw the movie and not the TV series, the miniseries, which is not as good, I promise.
Oh, as opposed to the Stanley Kubrick movie?
Yes. So somebody saw Hereditary and they thought it was funny.
I told
Like you.
Parts of it were funny. No, it's a great movie. Parts of it are, I think they're supposed to be funny. Parts of it, I don't know. I'm notoriously bad at not judging the correct genre of movie even after having seen it many times. Especially if it's a
Yeah, Jasmine
comedy
still
or
thinks Forrest
drama.
Gump's a horror movie.
I did not say that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't think I've ever passed judgment on that one. Remember he got mad at me when I was younger because I thought Clockwork Orange was a comedy.
It has dark comedic elements.
I tried to find it at Blockbuster when I was a teenager.
Looking-
It wasn't under comedy.
Look for the comedy section.
It used to be hard to find movies sometimes at places like that because they would decide what category to put in. You couldn't like search it like you do on Netflix.
Stephen King also, that Nintendo guy, actually have the DVD set. There's this one part where Stephen King melts. You can watch his face melt.
When his cameo in the miniseries of it, right?
What's that?
His cameo in the miniseries.
Yes, it's wonderful.
Not in the movie.
He is the direct. He is the conductor of the band, and he's swinging his little baton back and forth. But when everything goes to heck for the ghost, he melts, and it's very, very cool.
Yeah, they have an outtake of it that goes on far longer than does in the actual miniseries.
I read somewhere he really didn't like wearing all that makeup.
Yeah,
but at least he got to see what
and stuff like melting off his face. Sunshine, what the heck?
I read some horror books. Not as much as I'm not really into
horror
necessarily.
I like good horror.
Yeah, I think horror is a big genre that ranges from not good to very good.
Oh, so, a lot of categories are like that. How about literature?
Yeah, that's true. But I think obviously great to it can go south really quick.
Yeah, I like a lot of short fiction that's horror. I think it's easier to pull it off for a smaller amount of time. They do these collections on Audible that are called the Best Horror of the Year things, and they do one every year, and they have done for like the past 11 years, and those are usually pretty good.
Subscribe for 8 months in a row.
Wow, 8 months again.
Man,
Kieran,
you got to stay on here for 8 months, Jasmine.
Yeah, I know, I will.
Oh, Muriel got a Marie Masquerade canvas cutie for a Secret Santa gift.
Oh, that's a great Secret Santa gift. Goodness, you have a good Santa.
Love reading witches and vampires. Okay, well, yeah, supernatural stuff. Sometimes
supernatural is a little different than horror. It's like horror should kind of make you feel
Ian Rice
weird
horror? Not really.
Yeah, Ian Rice is, I would say, a little bit of horror, but mostly drama and supernatural fiction, maybe. Sometimes romance. Jesus Christ. Oh, hi, Sunshine.
Jasmine, did you take the Lord's name in vain?
I did. No, I was praying with Sunshine. Sunshine just startled me. Did you see her? She just jumped up behind me.
That's one of the 10 Commandments, Jasmine.
Not take sunshine in vain?
Yep.
Okay. When you're painting a devil tarot card painting?
Oh, yeah. I
forgot about that.
I guess you kind of ruined that a long time ago.
Oh, well.
I used to be a big fan of Stephen King. He depresses me now.
Stephen King. Actually, I think his more recent works, in a way, I relate to them more than I did a lot of his earlier stuff.
Now there's this whole YouTube debate thing about Stephen King.
Is he wet?
Is Stephen King wet?
Yeah,
you beat me to it.
I'm sorry.
I built it up, but you jumped in there. I'm gonna make a coffee.
Go for it.
I'm lagging.
Can you make me some hot water for my tea?
Yeah.
Thank you. So yeah.
Is it? Do you think it's still hot? I mean,
if you could, it might still be hot. I just gotta put a steamer bone on my coffee.
I'm gonna use a.
I don't have my big coffee cup because it's actually chilly out, so I have hot tea. Cup. Okay, that's a nice one.
I can show. You want to show it off?
Sure. Aunt Lori gave it to me because she thought the girl looked like me back when I was blonde. Yeah. It's a very lovely painting, actually, and she doesn't really look like me that much, but she's very pretty. So, the Renoir painting. We have a lot of interesting coffee cups here. Wow. Yep. That's what we call them around here.
That's what we call them around here.
Pure August. Yeah.
Pure August.
Like Louis Baker. Okay. Are you just hanging out here, huh, cat? Alright. Yeah, you should.
How loud this thing is.
Yeah, it's pretty loud. Okay. The part where we have hot drinks and pet the cats. Piggy. No. So you're a cannibal, but that's a human bone, isn't it? Sunshine was getting my femur bone, Maddie.
What'd you say?
Sunshine
I can't hear you.
Sunshine was getting the femur bone. They're biting it. I said she was a cannibal, but she's a cat, and that's a people bone, so I don't think it really. Yeah.
I went like that, pretending I was gonna whack her with a spoon, and she started batting at it.
Yeah, she's in rare form today, isn't she?
Oh my gosh.
The last few times,
I'm gonna get a different spoon now.
You probably should have even touching Sunshine with a spoon. But yeah, usually she hides when we do this. I don't know why she's being so forward today, but
she looked really cute when she
got the holiday spirit. Aw.
I don't know what's up with her.
I don't know. It's probably all our friends outside the window here.
Weird ever since we got back.
Probably happy we're home. And now we're gonna leave her.
Okay, we'll be in Florida for a while.
We will. For a lot of January and February, both Matt and I will be in Florida.
Holds us.
Yeah. Because the Epcot Festival, they have, again, I think it's 8 days. They have me doing events between January 18th and February something. So within those 6 weeks, I think I have 8 different events at Epcot here in Florida. And
we'll be able to Twitch more consistently.
Yes, we will. Never thought I'd say that, but
no,
yeah,
really,
it's true.
Our Twitches have been patchy.
Yeah, it's been like a month since we were up here because we've been everywhere except here.
I mean, this is just kind of like a, hey, I'm going to paint tonight.
Who's going to be
Matt,
here?
You have a second? I'm like, yeah, we could probably do Twitch at night.
Like, we're doing a concert in a railway carriage. Yes. Yeah.
No, why not? Why not?
Why not, man? Okay, babe.
I'll see if there are any questions in the room.
Oh, okay. If there are, I will
see.
do my best to answer them. Unless they're abstract questions about elements and physics, even though that is kind of what we're talking about here. So.
Oh, okay. So Mary wants me to explain what type of writer Steve. After I use the restroom, I will.
Or I can because I've heard Matt explain.
Okay, well, explain to them what a discovery writer is, and what would a discovery writer be good at versus a person who outlines.
Stephen King is a discovery writer. Some people might refer to him as a pantser. Not a panzer like a panther, but a pantser because he writes by the seat of his pants. That means that he likes to start off with big characterizations and focusing on the now as he goes through a story, as opposed to making an outline ahead of time and trying to decide, oh, that's the ending, that's the middle bit, that's the exciting bit in the third act, and going through like that. He doesn't really do that. He starts at the beginning and just writes straight through by the seat of his pants. So that's why some people will occasionally say that they don't care for the endings of some Stephen King novels, because some writer type people apparently think that if you don't plan it out ahead of time, then it doesn't tie itself all together. I myself kind of prefer things like grand characterizations and sort of, oh, exciting in the moment, weird stuff happening, and then I don't really care how it ends, and I usually forget after I've read the book. So I kind of like Stephen King as far as that goes. But that would have been Matt's thing had he been in here and not going to the toilet at the moment. He'll probably correct me in a little bit, so we'll see. But no, I think I've read every book he has written. I read a lot, though. It doesn't mean I'm necessarily crazy about Stephen King, but I do like Stephen King a lot. But I read a lot, so I've read pretty much everything he has done. I think my favorite book of his is probably Do My Key. Not just because it's about an artist in Florida, but I think it is a very interesting book as far as the characters and how they get tied together. I think I described it good, Maddie. I don't know if you heard me.
Okay, well, basically, someone like Stephen King can write. A discovery writer would be able to take on a task like The Stand because of characters. That's the strong point of discovery writing.
Because characters. Yep.
But their endings might be a little bit... They might not be as...
satisfying is what I said.
Right,
yeah.
exactly,
yeah.
Satisfying. They may not pacify the reader. And I've heard that, but...
That's what I said, too.
Yeah. Okay, well, I assumed you did.
Call him a pantser.
I don't like using the word pantser too much.
I only know it from you.
Well, that's because I've got friends.
Well, good on you, Maddie.
Hey, Amber says pantser all the time.
I do when I'm talking to my kitty cats because they're tiny panthers. Time
I love
Conquest?
Stephen King, but I would be scared to death if my mind came up with stuff like he does. God. Yeah, I understand. But how things are sometimes. 10 minutes to raffle.
Raffle!
Gotta change the subject.
I like Peter Straub a lot.
Yeah.
Actually, he's written some really good short horror fiction.
I think a lot of us, generally, people, think more dark thoughts than we would admit to. Or maybe I just do and think that everybody else is like that. I don't know.
Maybe you're not good at admitting things.
That's true. Mission.
I'm going to start taking some of the same white color I'm using on this big magic circle in the background and putting some highlights on the not very good little chain links I've drawn on her outfit. So it's going to start looking a bit more three-dimensional here. And she's a lot more taller and more narrow than characters I would usually paint because I'm trying to tie the idea of having a main character also combining into the dark pillar, dark column sort of thing right in the middle. Big ebony totem, and she's a big straight line, and then you've got a big cross line, and it should look very good once it's shrunk down into a little playing card, or tarot card rather, about that big. And the outer sides of it are going to be chopped off anyway, so...
Oh, Jasmine.
Yeah.
Pam, sadly, her father had passed away.
Oh, no.
That's why she hasn't been following us lately.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Funny thing, he didn't die from cancer. After his second surgery, he was considered cancer-free. He starved himself to death.
Oh. I guess it depends what you mean by funny, but yeah, that's... I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
sometimes the thing that you think is going to get you doesn't get you in the end, and
yeah,
that's kind of playing a trick on fate then, I guess.
What made you decide to not use small feminine horns and go completely without horns altogether?
I think a lot of it is... It could be because this is the 6th of the decks we've done with the 78 Tarot, and there's been a devil card in each one, and some of them have been really good. Some of my favorite ones have always been the devil card, and I want to make it a little bit referencing the Rider-Waite one, but not so much like it that it would compete with the other ones that were really cool. And since it is a feminine character, and the devil card usually has a very good balance of male and female both, I thought I'd just do a male ram's kind of goat head thing and just put it on top of a female character's face, so it kind of implies the female and male both in the same sort of thing. And then at the bottom here, I'm gonna lift this up. It's got masking tape on the bottom, so it's noisy. So I've just kind of drawn these guys in. There's this big swaths of little devils and ladies and lady devils and fellas going around in a big circle kind of underneath where her dress is going to turn into. So that's kind of going to be my version of the male-female balance in the painting, by having a bunch of them mixed together there, and then elements of something that's very male with a very female form in the middle.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Mary wants to know how we spend time with our family in Kansas City.
Oh.
Is it a lot of sitting around talking, movie watching, board games, pinochle?
A lot of those. My family
only
tends
pinochle, actually.
I was going to say my family tends
as soon
to
as
play
we hit the
Liverpool
ground,
Rummy, thank you. But, yeah.
Pinochle starts at the airport.
No, my family does play Liverpool every weekend on Saturday nights. My mom's side of the family does.
I play Liverpool too. It's a Beatles a Beatles tribute band.
Well, there you go. But no, the Rummy game. But so yeah, we do play games. A lot of the it seems like a lot of the time I'm with my family, I'm always having to sign a bunch of prints or certificates of
Yeah, we have signing parties, so everybody gets everything signed.
Which means that Jasmine sits there for 10-hour shifts and signs her name over and over again while Matt and my brother-in-law go and watch TV or have drinks or something.
Or usually I'm stretching things in the basement.
Or drinking whiskey.
Yeah.
But on holiday-wise, we usually go and chat to people that we don't see as often, see babies that we haven't seen very often yet before, Everybody's got babies, and
there are some new babies
pets,
in the family.
There are new babies in the family, and petting pets we don't see very often. People's dogs and cats.
Yes.
And
actually, the children and the pets are
the highlight. Yeah, I often end up being seated at the kids' table anyway, so it's because I don't have kids of my own. But that's always a fun bit, getting to play with nieces and nephews.
Oh yeah, nieces and nephews are the best.
They're great.
I feel like I can just turn off all my, whatever, and just be a normal human for a while.
Yeah.
Because the kids, they really, really don't care.
In the Midwest, there's a lot of potlucks happening, so I do a lot of cooking when I'm up in Kansas City, and I mean, we'll joke about it, but we've been to Kansas City for 7 days and had 8 potlucks once, so that's a lot of potlucks, and so a lot of cooking covered dishes of different types.
Yeah, I'm like, Christ on a cross, can't somebody just cook all the food and just come over and eat it? No,
that's the point of a potluck. It's like a white elephant sale or something.
I'm not into potlucks.
And you just
I don't get it.
That's because you don't cook stuff. You just show up and eat everything.
I'm not even hungry lately.
Not after 8 potlucks. You're not at Christmas time, but yeah, no. In general, though, if you aren't the person who is providing the food, then you probably don't think of the benefit of a potluck.
And everybody just eats what they brought.
Well, I try to, but everybody eats mine before I even get to it, usually. Like, oh, Jasmine made the vegan sausage rolls that have the fancy mustard and everything, and then Jasmine doesn't get one because everybody ate them.
When can we look forward to some more fabulous pics from Vietnam? Well, unfortunately, we didn't take any fabulous pics. We're going to have to deal with
we were talking about this earlier. I have a lot of pictures from my Vietnam trip, and I'm waiting for my brother-in-law to post some of his because he's a professional photographer and he came with us on the trip. And his pictures are going to be better than mine, and I'm going to kind of combine them. And I'm going to make a behind-the-scenes Patreon thing up on my Patreon page with those. Because a few bad people have spoiled it for everybody, I don't put a lot of personal pictures on my Facebook. But I do it on Patreon, because I know those are real people who know me and can look at them. So those will probably, I don't know if it will be before Christmas, but
Patreon
probably after
is way better
Christmas.
Than Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook has been ruined for me in so many ways.
If any of you guys follow me on Facebook, I apologize. I haven't put much up there. Lately, Facebook is just kind of,
Yeah.
I apologize.
Yeah. Anyway,
I'm just not into it.
It's a very anonymous place to put very personal pictures sometimes, and people take advantage of that. So I'm mostly keeping personal stuff up at Patreon because I can see your name, I know you're a real person, and then you can see what my family did on vacation. So.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, I heard a magic noise.
SB Reynolds, 7 months in a row. Wow,
Yay,
you guys are just
7 months, 8
hammering
months.
the months away. Buddy wants to know when you're coming back to Los Angeles.
Oh, well, I know for sure I will be back in March. I just heard from Disney they are having me, since I've got the 3D pictures coming out at Epcot during January and February, they're having me come promote them at Disneyland in California. March 8th and 9th, I'm doing signing events there at Disneyland. It will be that Friday night on the 8th, and then Saturday during the day on the 9th, and I don't know what the exact times are, but it'll be during the night on that Friday and during the day on that Saturday. And then I will probably be around maybe a day or two in advance, and after that, and I'll see what I'm up to. And Matt may or not be joining me. I might be on my own, but I might be able to say hi to people and do some fun stuff. And then actually I'll be back I know for sure in August I'll be in Los Angeles for the 50th anniversary of the Haunted Mansion. I think it's the first week of August they're having me come do another signing thing at Disney. So I'll be in LA around then. And I might also be there in May for the 14th anniversary of the Corey Helford Gallery. I'm going to have a piece in that, and I might try to just fly out to hang out and say hi to people. So a lot of California stuff happening. What I'm going to do in the new year, once it gets to be January, is set up my Facebook events page, so it has all my different events that I know are going to happen. Even if I don't know the exact times, I want to lock in the date so people know when I'm going to be there. That's the plan, at least. So I'll probably get to see Buddy at least once or twice next year.
Yeah.
And then I know for sure I'm doing another big show like the Magical Thinking show I did with Corey Helford. But in 2020. So that will be my next big solo show. That will be there in downtown Los Angeles. And I don't know what month yet, but I think it will be in the later part of 2020. At least I hope so, because that gives me more time to prepare. So I'm already started on some paintings for it. So quite a bit of California stuff happening.
California is the place you ought to be.
Apparently. I have thought about that a bit because I do so many gallery things out there. I should probably get some sort of studio spot out on the West Coast.
Probably.
Yeah.
Let's see who was gonna win this raffle.
Magic prize means it's for pirate pins, yeah. Pirate pins.
Grinchy Laura B.
Yay, Laura! Please won some pirate pins, and I will sign this for you. And we have, is this the first set or the second set, love?
It's the first set.
Okay, so we have another,
this is
two
our,
of these total. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And this will be, we'll have this for the next hour also. We have two of these, so. Okay. The last one today, for anybody who's wondering, is Seashell Collector, which is the free one we're giving away at Pop Gallery. And which is means it's really hard. You think that the one that costs money is harder to get, but it's actually the free one that's harder to get because there's only like 200 of these made, and actually it's like 210 or whatever, and I get the extra ones, and they all turned out really cute. So I don't think we had any bloopers. So she'll be the free one on Saturday, and we'll have her around the time I'm signing off tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern time. She will be the last prize of the day.
Yep.
And she's an event exclusive, which means that you usually can only get her if you are literally there in person. Because so far I have not had a gallery or a show or a convention or a store or anything that is willing to mail event exclusives out. They want you there in person. That's why we do event exclusives, is to get people there in person. But you get them from here. And I also give them away sometimes at my Patreon. Or I randomly surprise people up at Patreon. I should reword that if my lawyer was here.
Patreon is for random surprises.
Yeah, it's not for gambling. So it's not giveaways. It's random surprises.
Casual surprises, I guess.
Yes. Or relaxing times.
Surprising encounters.
Yeah.
Truly relaxing time.
Exactly.
Enjoy Moobot.
Mm-hmm.
So we're halfway through the broadcast.
Oh, okay.
And in an hour, like Jasmine said, another pin set.
Another pin set.
And then 2 hours from now,
Yay!
the Seashell Collector, which is an event exclusive. Jasmine just said all that.
Yep. Good deal. One thing I should talk about are the prints that we have released in the past week, and I have not told people about here yet. Because I think all of these are ones that I painted here on Twitch, aren't they?
I don't know.
Yeah, they are. Because we have 8-Sided Dice Fairy, is up at strangeling.com. She was one I did for DragonCon, and I painted her here at Twitch, and we've just now gotten around to releasing the prints of her. Even though I painted her back in, August or something. But we finally have the prints, and they're up for, and they're on sale too on the website. They're like $9.99, and they're signed by me on the back. And then the other one is Empire of Dirt. She's one I painted here at Twitch also.
I'll go ahead. I'm starting to put
owl.
links up.
Oh, thank you. You can just go to strangeling.com. If you go to shop and prints, and I think it defaults to most recent probably, and that means it's the newer ones that I put up there. Here is Empire of Dirt, the one that has the owl and the cool skull and the weaving spiders and whatnot. And the other one that we're releasing is not until Saturday, but she's the one that I painted up here, the Luna Moths one.
Now that one, I don't have a link to buy on.
No, not yet.
Now why, Jasmine?
What's that?
Why is that,
Because
Jasmine?
she is debuting this Saturday, and this is my own print, so I can show her off. She's exclusive to the Pop Gallery.
Exactly.
I'll probably put an image of her up on my website, but you can't buy her there because you can only get her from Pop Gallery or from the Hoi Polloi galleries in Chicago. So you can email Pop Gallery or call Pop Gallery. You can even do it at the same time you're getting the pins, and I'll mail them together, and that will save you a ton in shipping because they have to use Disney shipping. But they will mail these anywhere in the world. They've got the big canvases. They will also have the original painting. I don't know if it's. I apologize in advance if somebody's already bought it. I don't know until I get there if I see a little red dot thing by it. But the original painting is the one I worked on. Oh golly, it wasn't last broadcast, but it was the broadcast before last, I think? I forget. Anyways, that's when I kind of drew that one and started working on her. But here's how she turned out with her little moth drums. It kind of looks like a teddy bear and is adorable. But the prints and the canvases and everything for that one will be at the Pop Gallery this Saturday. And if you can't make it, email them, call them, they'll ship it to you. I might start trying to figure out. I'm trying to put white over the main areas here. I'm going to lower this part of my easel real quick. I just kind of put a whole bunch of masking tape on the back of my paintings, and that kind of sticks them onto my table easel here.
It's better than a bunch of Velcro.
Why?
Using Velcro on the back? That probably wouldn't be very good.
Oh, I thought it might be more, I don't know, less wasteful.
I don't know.
So, I have some of the same color. This doesn't have the gesso in it, but it's the same color I mixed with the gesso when I was priming this whole panel. It's that same sort of purple gray color I'm going with, since it's going to be a combination of red, yellow, fiery lighting with maybe some backlit blue kind of purpley lighting. So I've kind of mixed them together, and I've got this generic color, and as you may know, I like to make my own colors, and a lot of them look very similar, so I write on top of them what painting they're for. This one actually says Ursula on it because it's the one I primed Ursula with, like the one I did for Disney, but it's the same color as this one, so basically I've got that on here. And since that is meant to be kind of the shaded tone of the skin tone, no matter what colors I put on top of it afterwards, I could make her green or pink or brown or anything. I'm just using it as a base sort of sculptural tone to build out the underpainting. I'm going to use that mixed with Titan Buff and maybe a bit of Naples Yellow for a bit of a warmer hue. And I will start building out the areas that, since she is backlit, but she's also three-dimensional, I want the areas that are closer to us to be a bit brighter because they're rounded, but I think the parts around the edges of her face, since she has probably a round face like me, will be even more highlighted on the planes on the sides where this magic circle is kind of reflecting onto her. I'm not going to use my pointy brushes I've been sketching with. I'm going to get some of my horrible fuzzy brushes. You'll probably seen my horrible fuzzy brushes before.
What size prints will Luna moths have? I think Tammy's asking about photo paper prints, not canvas prints.
Photo paper prints? Amber and Chris would know. I'm pretty sure that they're doing 8x10s.
I think I have a...
You know, I posted
I had an email.
I think I put it on my Patreon.
Maybe so.
They're doing at least 2, maybe 3 sizes of the paper prints. They are the gallery prints. They're priced a little differently than they are on my website. Mm-hmm. I think they're doing 8x10s.
Like a 16 by
20s.
I don't remember. But you know what? You can call Pop and they'll tell you.
It's on my Instagram. Are you on my Instagram there?
No.
Okay. Are you on my Facebook?
No.
Do you have the internet?
Yeah, I can get into your Facebook probably. Let me see.
Or my Patreon? Or... Okay. Because I would have all that info.
This is the
dummy Facebook,
computer that doesn't
Instagram.
have any passwords stored, so I have to guess at everything.
Well, let me yell out my password really loud. No. Or I can pantomime some clues. That would be fun for everybody.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm trying to look for your event page.
Yeah, it's on my event page.
That's what I'm...
Yeah, but any of that stuff I usually pretty much put on the event page, on my Patreon, on my Facebook, on my Instagram. I send out a mailing list about it.
Wow. If you're not logged in on Facebook, it is annoying.
That's
Please
how
log
they
in
get
and
you,
continue.
my
I
friend.
can't even look at. I can't even look at it without logging in.
That's what they bank on. Yeah. Exactly. And then people are like, ah,
There are two size.
Too much of a hassle. Okay.
There are two size photo paper prints.
Okay, what are they?
I have to find them. I have to log in somehow.
So Facebook tells you that there are two sizes of the
No,
prints?
I know there are.
Oh, okay. I thought there might be three. I'm sorry.
Well, maybe there are.
Well, it's either 8x10s, 12x16s, and 16x20s, or any combination of two of those three. So, would have been up to the gallery and Chris and Amber. As opposed to the lady who.
Let me see. Okay, here we go. We have 12 by. Oh, the 12 by 16 is the original at $5,400.
The original painting itself,
Yes,
like the actual acrylic original. That
limited editions.
Limited editions are 18x24.
Now, what was the edition size?
5.
Okay, they have. Okay, edition size of 5, 16 by 20s.
Yep.
Or it should be 18 by 24.
It should be 18x24s.
Yeah, I'm looking at bad info from Pop.
Oh, why are you looking at their
Okay,
website?
and 10
Look
by
at my
10s,
website.
then
Mine will be right.
Paper prints, 16 by 20s, 12 by 16s, 8 by 10s.
Okay.
Three different sizes.
So for paper prints, there are 3 sizes.
Yes.
And what are they costed at? They're
$60 for a 16 by 20.
So 16 by 20 is the biggest one. It's even bigger than the painting.
Right.
So it's $60 at Pop Gallery.
12 by 16, which would be exactly the same
12
size.
by 16 would be exactly the same size.
$38.
For $38?
Yes.
That seems arbitrary. Okay.
8 by 10.
8 by 10.
$25.
$25 for an 8 by 10. Okay. And if you do happen to actually call Pop Gallery or email them before the 22nd, I will physically be there in person. So if the print is there, I can sign it, happy 125th birthday, my great grandmother, or whatever you want written on it. I can do that while I'm there at the gallery, even if you are not there, and then Pop Gallery can mail it to you. So that does make it a little bit more different than just getting a usual paper print from me that ships out from Kansas, and I've only signed the back of it, and makes it a little special. Not that anybody's grandma's going to be 125. But...
Yeah.
But maybe they will. You never know with grandmas.
Grandmas.
Oh.
You know what my favorite grandma is?
There. Grandma Mabel?
Nope. The gramophone.
The gramophone in St. Louis?
Yep.
Wow.
Have a little sandwich.
They have a vegetarian
drink.
half sandwich you can get there. I don't know about their music choices after midnight, but
Yeah,
it's a place you
basically-
can leave your jacket.
Basically turns into music I don't listen to after midnight.
Yeah.
But I shouldn't be anywhere after midnight.
Oh.
I'll turn into a pumpkin.
So you're like a carriage.
I am a carriage.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that song, I am a carriage, I'm an island?
No.
Oh.
That can be in your song when you write it.
That'd be half parody and it wouldn't make any sense. Like Weird Al Yukovic.
I'm kind of painting her form in here. It might look like she's naked, but I promise you, Twitch, she is not naked, so don't boot my channel or whatever. I'm just painting kind of how she is going to be shaped in general. And I'm going to figure out her clothes later.
I don't think that... No, Jasmine is not signing all the pirate pins. That's...
Oh, no.
No.
If you've already ordered yours from Pop Gallery and you
Yeah.
asked for it to be signed, they might be able to get me to sign them. Or if you are there in person, I can sign it.
Right,
If there's
in
anything
person,
within
yes.
arm's length and you ask me to sign it, I will sign it. But I have to know to sign it, and it has to be within arm's length. So if you've already ordered it from Pop Gallery and you want it signed, call them and tell them, hey, have Jasmine sign this, and they can probably set it for me after. Again, we do fly to Kansas really within hours of after the show, so I am gonna be. I have to come back home and get my suitcases and get this painting and pack it up and take it with me.
But you know
to
what?
Kansas,
I don't think that your personal
anything matters.
your
to
personal
anybody?
comfort has anything to do with anybody wanting anything to be signed.
That's true. That's fine.
I think people completely ignore that.
No. Anyways, as long as something's an arm's length, I'll sign it. And if you tell the pop gallery, hey, have Jasmine sign this, then I will totally sign it.
They told me you'd be signing the Pirates pin.
If they told you and you asked them to sign it, because there are hundreds of these, it would not. It would.
And they're already in plastic.
They're already in plastic. So if you told Pop Gallery you would like it signed, then I will sign it. If you haven't yet, call them now. They're still open. Call the Pop Gallery. Do you have their phone number, Maddie?
Yeah, give me a second.
Tell them, hey, I ordered this and I want to make sure it's signed, then I will totally sign it for you. But it has to be on a list saying, Jasmine, sign this, because otherwise it's like going to Walmart and there's a billion things in the store and I don't know what I'm supposed to sign and what I'm not supposed to sign. So
yeah, we have Pop Gallery's number here somewhere.
It's there in the...
I'll find it.
If you search Control F 407.
That's what I'm doing right now. Huh?
Well, then why haven't you done it already?
I said I was doing it.
Keystrokes. Okay. Keystrokes. So what is it?
I'm putting it in the room.
Okay. Can you say it out loud too?
407-827-8200.
No. Say it out loud.
I did.
Yeah, you kind of...
407-827-8200.
407-827...
8200.
8200.
Yes.
So
no individual tarot card signing?
Excuse me?
Someone's asking if you'd sign every individual.
I will sign anything that people bring to me, but if you want to be a jerk about it, you can. But some people have showed up with over 1,000 things to sign, like 20 tarot card decks, and you can count how many people are in line. And I'm one person, and I only have one hand, so I will do what you ask. But if Disney security strong arms you out of there, that is probably why we're doing something like that. But I have signed an entire tarot deck for people before, and the people behind them got very grumpy at them. But
yeah, I remember that.
It's like if you go to the grocery store and you got 15 shopping carts worth of stuff, and you go in the 10 items or less line, people might give you the stink eye. But I will sign whatever. I never draw the line at anything. It's always whoever is owning the gallery, whoever is running the shop, whoever is in charge of security, all that sort of stuff. I've signed lots of people's arms and they've gotten tattoos on them. I won't do a tattoo myself because I don't want to mess it up, but if you want me to sign it with a Sharpie and have your own tattoo person go over it, I've done that many, many times. I've signed babies before. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, that is weird. I would not sign a baby.
Well, one was a baby that was named Jasmine after me, so they asked me to sign their baby. I'm going to sign their baby. Hi there, Jasmine, if you're out there.
Cypress said thanks. Maybe you sign their baby.
Maybe so. Yay! Sign babies. Babies
that
don't
Nintendo
care.
guy says, I remember a lady paying for a purchase all with pennies.
Yeah.
Was it? But probably not from us.
Oh, I've had people do things like that.
I don't remember.
No,
that.
Again, I'm not going to ever tell people not to do something. That's,
yeah.
Use your conscience, use your whatever compass you got there, and I'm not going to tell you not to do it. Disney might, if it's a Disney thing, and they might say, oh, limit 3 for people because there's 18,000 people in line and we have an hour and a half and Jasmine has to leave then because we made her sign a contract or something. But
yeah, I think that's an insurance issue.
Yeah, the thing with the Wonderground events, I am contracted for a certain amount of time and then I have to leave the premises. So if there is a very long line of people and somebody at the beginning wants me to sign 200 or 300 things and there are only that many people in line, it does get... I don't involve myself in it, but sometimes Disney might involve themselves in it because what else are you gonna do?
Tammy wants to know if you'll be pin trading.
At Pop? Yeah, I'll have my I and Matt will both have our lanyards on. We can wear our lanyards if it's not a Disney event. I can.
Yeah, and I'll wear whatever pins
yeah,
I have on my
It's always
lanyard.
a rotating shift of pins because every time I put my pins on it, I'll trade them for other pins, and sometimes we get really interesting pins on there that you would not expect. sometimes people aren't necessarily caring about which pins are rare or which ones are worth money. They're just like, oh, that one's purple, I want the purple one. And then you get like a really weird rare one, and then the next person in line grabs it. So every time I wear my lanyard, it's different stuff.
I might be trading pins, but as soon as people see that I have any pins that are different, they're gone in 5 seconds, and suddenly I have like one of every same pin on my lanyard.
Yeah, that's true. But we won't be selling them there except with Pop Gallery exclusives.
Yeah. A lot of people will buy them and then start trading them.
Yeah, it's not like Dragon Con where we have a million pins and people just buy the, ones that are in stock and trade them for the rare ones. These will have to be ones that people probably brought with them, so that might make it more interesting.
So if you want to, I guess if you specifically want to trade pins with Jasmine, you have to be like first in line.
No, I think you ignored everything I just said.
Well, I mean, they'll have different pins, but if you want the ones that
they won't be buying things there unless they're Pop Gallery exclusives, is what I'm saying. So it's not like Dragon Con where they could buy whatever's the pin of the month right there.
Right.
And then throw them at you, That's not going to happen.
But they could buy the pirate ones.
They could buy the pirate ones, yeah. And they'd probably keep them if they could buy them there.
Someone says you should totally put up a sign that says no more than 2 signatures per person, just in case they're getting one for a friend who couldn't come.
Oh, no. I'll sign a lot more than that. I'll keep signing them until somebody cuts me off, because I'm not going to tell people what to do. And if it was me, I'd probably want to get as much stuff signed as I could do, so I don't want to pass judgment. I think technically Disney, as far as like the Wonderground Gallery goes, they already have a standing policy of limit 2 items per person purchased that day with a receipt, but they don't enforce it regularly unless it's a big long line, or if it becomes a crowd safety control thing. Which
also it is a timeliness thing, because if Jasmine's contracted to sign certain
time, they won't let me
their insurance only covers her for so many.
Yeah. It was like, hey, you have 2 hours here, Jasmine. I'm like, oh, how many people are there? They're like, 1,100, and like trying to do the math, and I don't want to tell people to not, especially people traveled a long way to get there. I don't want to be the bad guy. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'll stay there until they make me leave. I'll sign stuff in the parking lot. I don't care.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I just Jasmine is the boss. If she keeps signing stuff, that's up to her.
I'll keep signing stuff all day.
But Jasmine will.
I will. That's what I do, man. The Pop Gallery is not owned by Disney. It is just located on Disney property and is a third-party operator of Disney. So they don't have the contracted specific times the way that the Wonderground Gallery has. Which is why they have my non-Disney art there at the Pop Gallery, and they have my Disney character art at the Wonderground Gallery.
Right.
They're very, very different companies.
This is turning out nicely.
Yeah, so far so good. And it's very monochromatic so far. I haven't even thought about putting color in it, really. I'm still figuring out where the lighting's going to be, how she's going to look three-dimensionally, and how the really bright accent lights, like the magic circle and eventually the little volcano thing that I keep talking about, it's going to be up there, how that's going to affect the lighting on her face from the sides and the back. I'm going to smudging this in with my soft, smudgy brush. This would be a number 4 round brush about 15 years ago. Now it's a horrible stump of a brush, and it's even more useful to me.
I like it. I like your stumpy brushes.
Oh, okay.
Brushes.
There's probably a lesson in there. I mean, you can use it really good for scumbling a lighter color on top of a darker color, or vice versa. But when I'm still modulating sort of underpainting here, it works really well for that on skin tones in particular, because there are so many fibers going every which way, it almost looks like it's airbrushed. And when I need to blend it more, it's only wet for about 5 seconds and then it dries. I'll just like smudge my finger on it and just kind of grind it in there.
Yeah, I like that technique you use.
Yeah. Works really good on things that are soft and organic. Things like fur on animals, or clouds in the sky, or hair if it's very fuzzy, or skin tones, obviously. It looks like I had a million tiny little brush strokes in there, but really it's just one big fuzzy brush. I haven't really decided if I want her hair long or short or not. You might say, oh, I see the circle around there. I see the circle there and the light coming through. It doesn't really matter because that light's going to be coming through whether her hair is long like mine or if it's a little short pixie bob or not. Because if her hair is long and covers it up, let's say she had black hair like mine, the areas that are light through there would be showing through her hair just like how the sun would if it was behind me. And maybe that part will, instead of being black like the rest of her hair, might be kind of reddish brown or kind of orangey because the bright fiery light is showing through it. Which is why I paint things like the light source first, so when I do the rest of the painting I'm kind of working around that. More Titan Buff mixed with some of the background color that I used to mix with the gesso.
What is Florida cold? 60s and 50s and 60s?
50s and 60s is Florida cold. Because usually it's 70s, 80s, 90s here. We're talking Fahrenheit, of course. Hopefully, yeah.
My favorite part of my trip to Vietnam is when Jasmine and I went kayaking in Ha Long Bay.
That was pretty great.
There is this it's not a, now imagine something that's very much like a hollowed out volcano, but it's not a volcano, and a cave that leads into it. As you go through
caldera, but not quite.
Yeah, as you go through the cave, you are surrounded by huge stone walls that they're also have a lot of trees growing on them and like cute little monkeys. But we kayaked around there, and it was gorgeous. It looked like a dream.
Two-person
that was my favorite.
And went through it, and it was
that was my favorite thing that we did.
And the monkeys were there.
And
that was just lovely.
And everybody was happy. All the other people that were in other boats, everybody was smiling.
And everybody waved.
I didn't have a care in the
us,
world.
Yeah.
It was great.
That was
I wanted to stay there forever. If I would have died, then I would have been happy.
Yeah. There you go.
So that's my favorite part of Vietnam.
That was great.
Other than that, I mean, I could go on. I mean, what was my second? It was almost as good as the first.
Yeah, I was gonna say I had a lot of.
You know what I really enjoyed?
There. What was that?
In Hoi An when we went on the scooter tour.
Oh yeah, we did. It was late. It was after dark. We went on like Vespas and went around kind of to like the street food sort of night market areas.
Yes, and they were the person who was in charge. They made sure that we had our like food laid out.
My friend, other Matt,
thing. And
not this Matt, but a different Matt. Yeah.
No, it was amazing.
Yeah. He made sure that they had veggie food for us everywhere.
The only thing is, I would say that they were.
Almost too much.
Not that I minded so much, but they really encouraged drink. So I'm like, it's
like, hey, free Vespa midnight tour, and all your drinks are included.
I don't really go around on motorcycle Vespa things, so I'm like pretty tipsy on the back of this Vespa.
Yeah.
Now we're not.
We had friends driving them, we were doubling up, so we ourselves did not have to maneuver the Vespas.
And that was in a wonderful town called Hoi An, which has a night market.
Yeah,
I would recommend Googling it. I will type in the name.
Yeah, Hoi An. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Also, it's one of the oldest parts of Vietnam. The city that is there has been there. The old town has been there for 1,100 years.
I don't know.
It's very old. It's older than
anything
you'd see in Europe.
Sometimes I laugh at our Western culture.
Oh, like American Western
Talking
culture?
about
Yeah, oh yeah. No, it's like, oh, this house is 120 years. It's like, oh, this building's like 1,100 years. And it's very neat to see that sort of thing. Especially
the closest
Vietnam.
thing we have to it, or we have some neat
Yeah, go to like
map.
Mesa Verde and see
Mesa
Native
Verde, and we have
stuff
mounds
like that.
in
That'd probably
Illinois.
be the closest thing we have as far as time period goes.
And even those, I mean, you think about, it's like these cliff dwellings were from 500 years ago. Well, then you think that's almost King Henry time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
I was here in the States.
Yeah, so it's not really that old.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know, 1,100 years.
Yeah, that's very old. Especially in that part of Vietnam that had a lot of things blown up and stuff, you know, not all that long ago. It's kind of amazing they still have their old central city there, which is what makes it special.
Yeah, anyway, Hoi An's gorgeous. I plan on going back.
Yeah.
It is one of those places where they also have an amazing community of tailors.
That's what I was talking about when I got my dresses made.
Yeah, it's crazy good. I mean, you can get anything made there.
Yeah. Our friends got, like, shoes made, and it's like, hey, I like these shoes. Can you make these in 10 different fabrics? And they just make them and then try them on that next day, and they were all ready. Yeah. And they've had a very big tailor community there for, again, centuries, so they know what they're doing.
It's 10 minutes from the beach.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So I thought about just staying.
You can buy a beer for 15 US cents there. Not $15, but 15 cents. That is very, very cheap.
But sometimes you've had so much beer that you don't want another beer for 15 cents.
I think I had more beer in the past 3 weeks than I've had my whole life. I'm not usually a big beer drinker, but they don't drink tap water there, and that's kind of what they give you if you don't want water sometimes. So
I drank
wasn't very strong.
Drink a lot of bottled water.
Yeah.
Good.
But the beer was cheaper than the water, so that was kind of weird.
There was a really cute kitty. We saw at the restaurant, our last stop, and one of the tables had left a fish.
A whole cooked fish skeleton. Yeah.
For all the people there that like seafood.
Oh, if you do like seafood,
Vietnam is amazing. It's
jam.
They have a ton of seafood there.
Mm-hmm.
So I gave the kitty the fish head. And it was a starving mama kitty.
Yeah, she was.
And she took the fish head and ran off with it.
The people who are sitting at the table, it's like, oh, we're not going to eat fish. We don't eat fish. But their head was left on the fish. They're like, oh, let's give it to the kitty cat. And she just took the head and ran away.
So that was a highlight of my trip.
That was a highlight. You just already talked about it. What about the little kitty cats that were in Saigon? Those are
in
great.
Saigon, there were kitties. There were
tiny kitties.
Saigon is a neat city.
Saigon is an awesome
It's a bit more
city.
modern than Hanoi.
Parts of it are.
Not to be confused with Hoi An.
Yeah. I know. I kept trying to type one into my phone and one the other, and it kept like auto-correcting Hanoi to Hoi An and vice versa because they're the same two syllables over and over again. But no, Saigon is lovely. Well, it has old parts to it, and it has new parts to it also. It's got like at least 10, 12 million people there. It's a big city. It's easy to forget how big cities are sometimes outside of America, and you're like, oh wow, that is a big city.
But yeah, it was pretty fab. It was neat because we got to experience the whole country. And it's about, is it half the size of Texas? Is that how
like
it
square kilometers wise, or like people wise?
Kilometers.
Oh yeah, size wise, yeah, I think it's about half the size of Texas, roughly.
That's why Sunshine's knocking stuff over, feeding other cats.
Probably.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Sunshine doesn't like other cats. You're right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Pam. More bits.
Oh, I heard magic noise again.
Thanks, Heather, for the bits.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think they're again, like as Jasmine said before, Vietnam wasn't necessarily on my radar. We got this wonderful opportunity, but it should have been on my radar.
Yeah,
because it's that cool place.
And I like traveling around Asia, and it was just one of the most fun places I've been. And the exchange rate is very favorable.
Well, thank you, Tina. 5 months. 5 months in a row. Thank you so much. But yeah, it is a nice exchange rate.
We never even ended up going to an ATM or anything, did we?
No, we didn't have to. We got out enough money.
I didn't know if I underestimated, but it was plenty.
But the people in Vietnam told me to tell everyone to go there.
Yes, go visit.
So I'm supposed to tell you.
Yes. Our friend Hai is training to be a tour guide there, and he made us promise to tell people, go to Vietnam, and you should do. Also, they have the best rest areas of almost any country I've ever been to. Like if you're driving along the highway and you want a rest area.
Well, I think it's a solid tie with India.
India is pretty exciting as far as rest areas go, but I think in some ways Vietnam might have them beat in a few different ways, but more Western style toilets.
Pam wants to know what kind of ideas did you get for future paintings from Vietnam?
Oh gosh, quite a few. The whole time I was there, I kept an open document on my phone and my little notepad thing, writing down ideas while I was going on. And sometimes it would be like if we're going through a cave and they're telling us the story about the dragon who made that cave. You know, the creation stories behind every sort of geological feature or any sort of interesting folktale stuff. I wrote it down because a lot of it is stuff I hadn't heard before because that's not my culture and it's not where I come from, and it's interesting to learn about. Also, too, a lot of the landscapes there are so unique that you only see them in that part of the world. So I took a lot of photographs of things that people might think are boring pictures of, hey, here's this weird plant and there's a neat hill behind it and the water kind of goes woo like that. And I'll probably put it with a mermaid eventually when I look at it and make like a reference photo for a painting. So I'm sure there will be a lot of things that will pop up in my artwork after processing everything and visiting back home to Kansas and then finally getting back home to Florida again after the holidays and starting in on new paintings. So that'll be exciting. And when I do that sort of thing, I will be sure to, if I'm doing it on Twitch, I'll show you guys some of the pictures I took so you'll know where it's coming from. A lot of the reason I travel, really.
Yes, so basically from Hanoi, which is in the north, to Saigon, also called Ho Chi Minh City.
They call it that at the airport. I don't think I heard anybody call it Ho Chi Minh City. Everybody called it Saigon, like everybody who lived there and everybody who...
Hey, but we saw Ho Chi Minh.
We did see Ho Chi Minh, yeah. I'd never thought I would see him in person because he died, 10 years before I was born. But yeah, we saw his taxidermy body lying in state when we were in Hanoi. So that was different. Us and a whole bunch of kids on field trips, mostly.
Yeah.
The complex where his mausoleum is really lovely. It's a huge... It's lots of very manicured, almost bonsai-looking garden areas and French colonial palaces that have just kind of sprung up in the middle of all this bamboo.
Again, it's that
jungle.
French connection.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but yeah, that was very cool. And the neat old temples and pagodas that are there. A wide variety of different types of religions there too. They've got all the Khao Dai temples. They've got Buddhist temples and Hindu temples. I saw mosques. A lot of things. They've got the Notre Dame. They have a Notre Dame for each of their big cities that almost look like Notre Dame de Paris. It's 1800s French architecture. Some of them were actually stones that were brought from France, brought over to Vietnam, and then built into Catholic cathedrals there, which is kind of interesting. We saw a couple of those, didn't we, Maddie?
Yes, I took pictures.
Mm-hmm.
I think I put one on my Patreon.
Oh.
I don't remember. I was so tired. I was like, I need to put something up there.
It was a very busy trip as opposed to sitting around and relaxing trip.
Well, there was plenty of relaxing.
There was relaxing times.
Like I said, 3 days were on a little cruise.
2 nights.
2 nights?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
2 nights, 3 days.
Kinda, yeah. And how long, Bay?
Since I'm a musician, what is the native music culture like? Flutes, drums, strange stringed instruments and percussion.
Yeah, a lot of interesting. We
and
saw
very vocal, a lot of voice.
Yeah, we
Singing.
went to some of the floating like river market communities there where they
I
did
loved
traditional
it.
music, which
I
was
loved
really
it so much.
very storytelling sort
Yes,
of
they tell
things
stories.
in very simple stringed instruments with like 1 or 2 strings on them, kind of like the Chinese silk sort of music, but Vietnamese obviously, and some things that are almost like tabla, like in India, the little drums, but they were Vietnamese and very different and had very different sound to them. And then there'd be a little pantomime story that goes with it. And of course, we were there with musician friends who were British and Australian, and they were playing British and Australian and American music in Vietnam, so that was kind of interesting. Then we did karaoke, which is very Vietnamese also, sort of. They love their karaoke there in Vietnam.
Yeah,
it's a serious thing there, man. Yeah.
Well, it's from Japan originally.
Yeah, I assume so. It's a Japanese word.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. But every hotel, every bar, every anything, after like 6 o'clock, a karaoke sign pops up, and you rent out a room, and you get your friends there. And
yeah, so we all booked a karaoke room, and it was a lot of fun. And I'd never seen so many empty beer cans.
Yeah, there you go.
I drank the world's worst vodka.
Yeah, that's what Vietnam has, is the world's worst vodka. No.
Yeah, it was awful.
To be fair, it was in a mini bar, and it was a whole bottle-sized vodka, wasn't it, Maddie? Like
yeah,
when you buy
I had
at a
to
liquor
mix it
store.
with. I had to mix it with some sort of soda.
And how much did it cost? $3.28.
Something like that.
For
but
the
I mixed
whole
it
bottle
with
at
Fanta,
a mini
and I
bar,
mixed it
or
with,
like
a
in a
Diet
hotel,
Coke.
you'd think it would cost like $90, but it was like $3 and something, and it should have cost less probably, because I tried to drink a little, but it just no, it was not meant for people's tummies.
But yeah, we saw the people singing in Mekong Delta.
In the floating markets, yeah.
And it was a lot of it were songs related to boats.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, and funny songs and romantic songs, and they acted out the bits. And even though I couldn't understand the language, I could tell what was going on because they're that good at storytelling.
Yeah.
So it
very
was
narrative-based sort of folk songs.
And they're
not like the karaoke.
They in their gestures and the way they express their face, you could also they were very good at conveying the emotion, and I dug it. I was having a very good time.
Yeah, it was fun. I like that part a lot. It was a lot of water-based travel there. Obviously, it would be because it's kind of a peninsula through there, and beautiful beaches all over Vietnam.
Yeah, the beaches of
Nha Trang. Was lovely, yeah. And all the islands, they've got all these coral islands off of Nha Trang where people go scuba diving and snorkeling, and private islands all over, and it's very neat.
We did do a duet. It wasn't Total Eclipse of the Heart.
It wasn't.
I would not do that.
No, I wouldn't subject that
I actually
anybody.
Really hate that song. I think it's one of the worst songs ever.
No, we did a Beatles song. I had a horrible cold at the time that I did not get in Asia, but I caught from my stepsister, my website admin, some of you might know her, who joined us in Vietnam, and I caught her cold on the karaoke day, but I still sang.
I did The Last Train to Clarksville, Fast Car by Tracy Chapman.
George Michael.
George Michael with Wham.
I'm sorry, Wham.
Wake Me Up Before You Go Go.
Yeah. But it was, we were with a few people who are very good professional musicians, so it's a little bit intimidating to do karaoke with people like that, but very entertaining.
Yeah, I don't care. I'll just, if you throw a mic in my hand, I'll just sing my head off.
If you get enough $3 vodka, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I remember Fast Car came on, and I think it was just kind of what the machine was playing,
it was like
because it's
the
kind
default
of
backup
it was like, gosh,
machine.
This is such a depressing song.
Yeah.
I was like, does anyone else know it? And they're like, I don't know. I'm like, okay, I'll sing this Tracy Chapman song. It's a very depressing song. It doesn't. I mean, because usually you think about
Vietnam for no apparent reason, but yeah.
What's that?
It's an odd one to hear in the middle of Vietnam for no apparent reason.
They had actually
they had a big assortment of Asian and Western songs there. And a lot of people will do both there. Even if they don't speak English, they'll sometimes do songs that are in English because they're popular and everybody's heard them.
Yeah, and our one of our tour guides, Hai, sung this wonderful song that was about Westerners coming to see Vietnam, and I didn't realize it was such a popular song there.
Yeah.
Wham did come afterwards to bring up the mood. Yes.
Yes, the Tracy Chapman was earlier on because we didn't really know how the machine worked, and it was kind of picking songs for us, but...
Aw, Ian says Kelly Sarah got her mic unplugged last time she tried karaoke. That's sad.
Ah. Finding our eyes a bit more here. Now that I know which areas are going to be lighter, I can kind of focus on the areas I know are going to be in shadow. She's going to have extravagant eyelashes. The top part of the whites of her eyes, the top part of her corneas are going to be kind of dark. Since a lot of the bright light is going to be coming from behind her and from the sides of her.
Funny, when I think about a devil's a feminine sort, I think of the character in the movie The Ninth Gate.
I was just talking about that, yeah.
The girl in that, she's kind of reminds me of what the devil would be like if she was a female incarnation that walked around.
Yeah.
Because doesn't seem evil, but you know that something's not right about her.
She's just a demon.
She probably is a demon. But she's cool.
Well, she kind of is. I mean, I've seen the end. Yeah.
I've got Fast Car stuck in my head now. I'm sorry, Princess Bullet.
Probably be on a happy note.
The karaoke guy really unplugged the mic on your wife?
That's rude. Well, ours, to be fair,
Yes, Johnny Depp's in that.
We had a group of friends with us, so it's like we kind of rented the room, so
Right.
there wasn't like a moderator, so we could kind of do whatever
Big
we
soundproof
wanted.
room, and
Thank
thank God it was
goodness.
soundproof,
Jesus
right?
Christ, yeah. Yeah.
Because it's some of the more enthusiastic people may not be the people that sing the best, so it's just kind of it's nice when you're just there with friends. Because it's about having fun, not necessarily about trying to sound exactly like the original performer in the song.
Although some
like
people
that.
did an amazing job.
Oh, well, yeah, some people are like
Make a
too
living
good.
doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we knew that, so.
Yeah, we knew that going into that tour. Yeah.
But it is also funny when, we see our friends stumble over lyrics and they start laughing and we start laughing.
Yeah. So. Especially later in the evening.
Ian's dog runs away when she sings.
Aww.
Sad. Karaoke is more fun when you don't care how you sound.
There you go.
That's what Ricky says.
That's very true, Ricky.
And if Ricky says it, it must be true.
Yep. Richard says. No, sorry.
Like Simon says. If Simon was actually Simone.
Simona.
If you give me a $3 bottle of vodka, I'll sing I Need a Hero.
Oh, yeah. If your man brought the bottle with him, it wasn't like part
Yeah,
of the karaoke room. He
I
kind
brought
of
it with
brought
me.
it with him.
Yes,
so.
because I wasn't going to drink a bunch of beer. I was like, Jasmine, I need to go back up to the room and grab that crappy bottle of vodka.
Well, that part of Nha Trang in Vietnam, it has a lot of people who visit there on vacation are from Russia, so I think they kind of cater to that because a lot of the alphabets will be in Cyrillic.
It was called men's vodka.
It was men's vodka. So I don't know what to say. Yeah.
Is that a challenge for Whitby? Yeah, I'm not going to do that with fans. I'm not going to sing karaoke with fans.
Just family members.
Just family members.
There you go. We'll see. Did they have karaoke in Whitby? I was gonna say that might be hard to get to during the goth weekend because there are a lot of people who are probably into music already from the concerts. It might be hard to.
Yeah, how many times are you gonna hear Bela Lugosi's dead?
I don't know, but it's not enough.
No, I'm not gonna karaoke in Whitby.
Oh, okay.
they might have a karaoke thing, but it would be in a strange little building, and I wouldn't understand that it was there. Versus like bright lights that say karaoke, and it has all these arrows that are
Yeah.
pointing.
No, the room we were in, it like had a like light show and a stage, and it was pretty extravagant for being a private room. And we weren't sure how long we had it for.
And then it's like the bill came, and
then the
we're
bill
like, how do
came,
we
and
settle
everybody's
up
like,
this?
"Hey, we're going over here now."
And like we had,
it's
like I had 900 beers. I'm like, I brought my own vodka, and yeah. We can do
not like
our
you
own
pay by
karaoke at
phone.
Whitby. I'll go first. Kelly Sarah says.
There you go. And
Well,
I will
you can
not
video
take
it,
the mic
and
from you.
I will watch you.
You can simulcast it with Twitch.
When my son was little, he would hold his ears and tell us to stop singing. He didn't like "Happy Birthday" be sung them. I understand that.
Yeah. I don't like that in public, like at restaurants. I don't like to tell people if it's my birthday or something, because I don't like when people start singing.
Yeah. If somebody really honestly doesn't like that attention, it's a very cruel
It's
thing.
kind
to
of
do.
a rude thing to do.
Yeah.
Of course, if it's a joke, then it's kind of funny.
It just depends on the person.
Yeah, that's very true.
That's why it's good to know that person well before you perform such a joke.
That's very true.
William Shatner's mom says it's her birthday at every meal.
Yes,
Or
she
she
does.
did when she was alive.
Yeah, well, yeah,
away.
she's.
But he didn't understand at first, but then he kind of admired it. Well, I think that's funny. That's
like free ice cream.
That's the odd thing, that when William Shatner went out with his mom, it wasn't that the server said, "Oh my God, I'm serving William Shatner," you know.
Yeah.
And if they didn't know who he was, wow.
Oh.
Luna Pixie was just going through all the images on the mythical set, and there's some lovely images in that deck.
Yeah, that's the I've just got it in the mail, so it's kind of neat to see the whole deck in person, because I've only seen it a little bit when it was on the Kickstarter. And then this one will be in the next one, so don't know which one will be my favorite. I like the nautical deck a lot because I like ocean themed stuff. That was pretty cool. And I'm going to start sketching in her hair, just right on top of the bits of the background here. Because even though her hair is going to cover up the bulk of it, the light's still going to show through. So if I decided to give her green hair, maybe the part where the light shines through might be kind of yellow. Or if I give her red hair, maybe the part where the light shines through will be orange. Or if it's black hair, maybe it will be red, because it's going to be kind of fiery looking. And
8 minutes to raffle.
oh,
7 minutes to raffle.
oh, golly gee. And it's for the pirate.
6 minutes. No, no. It's another pirate pin set. Yep.
Okay, I'll show that one again real quick. A lot of people who might be coming to the Pop Gallery or have already ordered this, you will be getting this from the Pop Gallery, but you might win one tonight. This one's here in my hand, so I can sign it for you too. So I'd be happy to sign it. And if you're coming to the Pop Gallery, I can totally sign yours there. And if you order it from Pop Gallery, if you tell them, make sure Jasmine signs it, they will. Otherwise, it's in a stack of 1,000,000 packaged up little pin packs, and I won't know that I'm supposed to sign yours, because how would I know that if somebody didn't tell me? So you can call them and remind them, hey, have Jasmine sign it. And I'm sure they would be happy to do so. Now, these turned out so good. I was very wary of doing ones that had so many tattoos, because each little tattoo that's on there is like doing its own little pin design almost, because I have to do the black outline painting, and you have to do the mold stamp for every little tattoo. Every time that the color changes, you have to do another mold metal stamp from it. So it was a complicated one to do, but I think it turned out really pretty. I'm glad I included the parrot. I almost didn't, and I was like, no, she needs her birdie friend. And the last one tonight is the seashell collector.
Yeah.
Seashell collector, which will be the free pin that we're giving away. Oh, the shadow's getting that, but this is the free one we're giving away to the first 200 customers at Pop Gallery at Disney Springs on Saturday. They'll start the pin giveaway, like if you buy anything that's Jasmine related, you get a free pin for the first 200 customers. So they'll start that at 4 o'clock. I don't get there until 6 o'clock. I'm technically there starting at 6 o'clock, so I can't really get there earlier than that, but I might stay later than 9 o'clock, but I will do my best. Depends how many of you guys show up. It's not supposed to rain, but I think it's only supposed to be like 63 that day, so, which might sound warm to a lot of the country, but it is kind of cold for Florida.
Yeah, they are, especially Bootstrap Betsy. She's pretty big. The big one.
Let me think. The largest dimension on any of them, I think, is 1.75 inches. I don't go over that on the pins, because otherwise they get too heavy. But that's about it, yeah, 1.75 inches, I think, that way and that way, because she's kind of square-shaped, because she's sitting down.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Princess Bullet says, how much in advance do you have to design the pins?
Depends what you mean by how much in advance. Like, if it's a painting I've already done, something like Bootstrap Betsy was a painting I did many years ago. So I had the painting to look at when I was doing the design part, like the actual outlining and all that sort of thing. If I was starting it from scratch, I would say I need about 6 weeks maybe. But if it's a painting I've already done, I need about 3 to 4 weeks, roughly. So we've, I'm trying to think, the next ones we've got coming up after this, we're doing a special pin for the Epcot International Festival of the Arts at the Pop Gallery tent that is based off of my Alice in a Dali dream, the Salvador Dali one with the melting clocks. And memory, the Alice pin will be there, I think, starting the opening date on January 18th, and I will be there on the 19th, I think, at the Pop Gallery tent. I forget, I've got 8 events in 6 weeks just at Epcot alone. So, but the Pop Gallery tent will have that pin there. That one is a pin that's for sale there. It's not a free one they're giving away because it's at Epcot. But it's one you can only buy during the festival, I believe. So I'll keep you posted on that. I don't have I think the actual design for it is at my other studio, but I will show you guys maybe next Twitch. I'll show you how she turned out. Or I'll post it on the pins group on Facebook because I have a scan of it on my computer. If you aren't already on the pins group on Facebook, it's free. Just look at Facebook groups / Strangeling Pins, or just type in Strangeling Pins on Facebook, and that will bring you to the pins group. And a lot of you folks are probably up there already, but if you aren't, it's a good place to join because that's where I keep everybody posted, and that's where people do trades and people sell pins and buy pins and talk about pins they like and show off their pin displays and show off their collections and fun stuff like that.
I'll put a link.
Yeah, go ahead and put a link to that. And that's completely free. You can just go up there, talk to people about the pins. We've got a couple thousand people up there now. We have, if you collect the pins, you might want to, if you haven't already, definitely join the Patreon Pin Collector tier. It's only $25 and you start off with, what pins? You get the pin of the month and you get the Patreon pin of the month. So like this month you get both of these pins. Strawberry Cupcakes and Mistletoe Fairy, and also the Strangeling Lanyard and all the other Patreon perks. $25 includes shipping, and then you get new pins every month. And you also get discounts on the website, and if you're somebody who buys stuff even rarely, it pays for itself. So it's like getting a bunch of free stuff, and you get to see things like my vacation photos and previews of my paintings before the public sees them, and the chance to reserve canvas prints and original paintings before everybody else does. And just random stuff I post up there that I don't feel comfortable putting up on Facebook.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Tigger says, do you know what time you will be at Epcot on the days you're there?
Do you know, Matt? I think it's the same each day.
I think it was...
It's probably written on that piece of paper in front of you.
6 to 8?
It's probably 6 to 8. I'm not sure.
I think it's 6 to 8.
Can you look at it and tell me? I have it written down on a piece. I'm very analog.
Yeah, I see 6 to 8.
6 to 8. 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. So when I do the different dates at Epcot, whether it's at the Wonderground tent or the Pop Gallery tent, again, you won't be able to miss them. They're right around the lake. You walk the circle, you can't miss either one of them, depending which one I'm at, doesn't matter. 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. each of those nights. And I will post those specific dates up on my website, strangeling.com, and up on my Facebook events page, facebook.com/strangeling/events. If you click on subscribe there, it will alert you whenever I make changes or add new dates. Usually with Disney, I know about 1 to 3 months ahead of time when I'm going to be there, whether it's here in Florida or at Disney in California or at Epcot or Disney Springs or Downtown Disney. I usually know about 1 to 3 months in advance. Sometimes a little bit more. Like I said, I think August I'll be there for the Haunted Mansion 50th in California. Oh, somebody's winning some pirates. And if you already ordered one of these from Pop Gallery and you end up winning them, hold on to them and trade them with people. Hold on to them for like a couple months and then they'll be all sold out and then people will want them.
Gadgets 21.
Gadgets 21, congratulations. Yay. So that means
my little message in
so
there.
in an hour, the last one we're giving away is the wonderful shell collector. Light's hitting her right, but she's got lots of seashells and she's very, very cute. And she's one you cannot buy, so you can't call the Pop Gallery or Disney and they won't sell her to you because she's only for people there in person, but I have a few extras and I'm giving them away here and up at Patreon also. Randomly surprising people at Patreon. Gonna do some random surprises at Patreon very soon too with some of the sample calendars and date books that I got from the calendar company. So that will be happening very soon at Patreon as well. I've also just added a couple more coloring pages up there. So if you are somebody who's into coloring stuff, coloring books, I have special coloring pages up at Patreon you can only get at Patreon that aren't in any of my magazines or coloring books. They're only at Patreon. You can get, I think, around 30 of them right now to download and print out as much as you want for $5, which is a really good deal. And then you get all the other Patreon stuff too. So if you are a coloring person or a pen person, go up to Patreon. Way cooler than Facebook. Yeah. Should be their slogan. No, I follow all the artists that I like, musicians, if they're up at Patreon. Yeah, what's that?
Even if you just do follow.
Yeah, you can just follow. I mean, you can even
the last
do it
two
for free.
posts I did,
yeah.
They don't cost anything.
I know. That's what I mean. It's just better. But now, musicians and artists I like, I just follow a bunch of them up there, and it always emails me when something happened. It's not like Facebook where somebody posts a million times and it never tells me. I like to know when somebody does something important. Especially if it's a friend of mine or, you know, somebody who I collect. Continue to circle up above her head. I don't know how big I'm going to make her hair. Some more white paint and make that circle connect up there. And I can always paint over it if I change my mind later. The nice thing about acrylic paints, they're opaque, so if you make a mistake, you can just paint on top of it.
Oh, you have a good holiday too, Jane.
Oh, happy holidays. Didn't really make lines up here, so I'm gonna make a big. If it's messy, I can clean it up later. Getting exciting.
Yay! It connected.
Yep. The circuit is complete. This one, our head's probably gonna block that.
So the last
Put a
raffle,
little bit
1 hour from
there.
now.
These for seashell collector
Oh,
pins.
I'm a she-shell.
Oh,
Gosh,
dear.
it's not even a tongue twister.
Oh,
I can't
wow.
even say she-shell.
Apparently not. Yeah, her probably gonna stop around there. Start putting a little bit of shading onto the little goat skull that's on her hair ornament here.
Wow, a little pop-up talking about charity came up.
That charity?
Yeah.
Like giving.
I think Heather
things?
put it up.
Oh, nice.
$220,109 total raised so far for direct relief. 8 more days to show support, cheer, and include #charity.
Oh,
Learn more about Twitch.
Is that for people here at Twitch specifically?
Yeah,
They do the
it looks like a charity thing.
Money? Nice. We'll do that, people.
She didn't know what it was. She wondered what that was. She just wanted the blue icon.
Oh, there you go. And you help people.
But it made a pretty sound too.
Yeah.
Is there an idea yet for the Tintagel pin?
I've got a design, I think, 5 pins before that one. So
There you go, Ricky.
Yeah.
He has to design 5 pins before that.
There will be an idea. Actually, the Tintagel one will probably go with a painting I'm planning to do with Tintagel that I have not painted yet. So I can't really design the pin until I do the painting. Because Kieran has asked me if I would do a painting that I would kind of do as a special painting for that festival. And I think they might use it for some of the promotional materials for the flyers and things. But yeah, usually pin designs between 3 to 6 weeks ahead of time, and that is in May of 2019. Got a little while still. I'll probably go, since it's Tintagel, I'll probably do something kind of maybe Arthurian, sort of Camelot themed loosely. We'll see. Or I might, who knows, do something completely different. I think other events that will have pins before that. We've got the Epcot one, Spectrum / Planet Comic Con in Kansas City will have a special pin. We'll have January pin, February pin, March pin, April pin. Are there any other special ones for that? I'm trying to think what else. March, I'm in California, Disneyland, Los Angeles from March 8th and 9th doing signings at Disney, but that won't involve a pin. Then the March 29th through whatever, I'll be in Kansas City, and that will have a pin for the Spectrum Planet Comic Con thing.
MegaCon in May.
Is MegaCon?
April.
Yeah, I know. Tintagel's in May too. Is Tintagel before MegaCon? I think it must be. Right?
Probably.
Better. About the same weekend.
I choose Tintagel.
Yeah, I choose Tintagel too. No offense, MegaCon. But...
Let's see. Yeah, we'll be there May the 4th.
Okay. Oh, for Star Wars. Surprised MegaCon didn't snag May the 4th.
Yeah, they don't think like that anymore.
They've been bought out. Well, remember we thought it was going to be Memorial Day weekend, and it ended up being the weekend before that?
Yeah, something like that.
But it's not...
Actually,
is that when
we
we thought
learned
we might have been
Twitch.
in Berlin? Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we were hoping, and
we were
then
hoping
like
I was
screwed
going to
up
be in Berlin
Berlin
that weekend, and now it's not because I can't be in
Go to
Berlin because I've got to be
instead?
here.
I'd rather go to
You'd
Berlin.
rather go to Berlin?
I
could
tell
be
you
at
what,
the Gaia
you do
Festival
MegaCon,
or
I'm gonna go to
yeah,
Berlin.
Okay. You can be there and sign things for me at the beautiful Bizarre show.
No, I'll just go to
For the
Berlin.
Gaia event. Huh? I've been to Berlin. I like Berlin.
That's what I'm saying. I'll just go to Berlin. It's like, will we
Berlin's
be at the
great.
event? Nope.
Like, oh, no, sorry, Jasmine. Nobody's gonna drive you to MegaCon because Matt's in Berlin. Who's gonna do the dishes?
You can email them to me.
Okay, I'll email you the dishes in the cat box and you can stop in every couple days.
May 16th through 19th.
And that's MegaCon?
Yeah,
Oh,
April, April knows all these things.
Oh, that's really soon after Tintagel. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that'll be enough time to
That's how we roll.
That'll be enough time to get home, kinda, from one place to another. And design some pins. Definitely. So yeah, there's a lot of pin designs that have to happen before that one. And gotta paint and stuff in the meantime. I'm gonna scoot her up on my easel a bit.
I'm gonna snag some cashews. Would you like any?
I'll take some cashews, thank you, sir. Much like in the Rider-Waite deck, if you look at the double picture, like I said, this has a double fella sitting on a little plaster column thingy. So I'm kind of making her all into one solid column. This is gonna kind of turn into, not really a dress, but it's gonna turn into kind of a solid form as it goes down. And I'm gonna have all these little guys loosely based on the little demon fellows that are going around here and the little skeletons and whatnot from Lily Baker's painting here. And I'm putting the little chains turning into her outfit because of the little chains that are on here. We're supposed to reference the original Rider-Waite artwork when we do the 78 tarot cards, so that people who are used to reading the usual 78 card Rider-Waite deck, if they were to just pick up one of the 78 tarot decks, they would kind of get some of the visual symbolism and be able to read it or know what card it was just by looking at it. They will be putting, much like they did with the other deck, they'll have a little thing when they turn it into a card. It'll have the name of the card. It will say the devil. It will say, I think it will say my name somewhere in little letters. I'm sure they'll spell it right because I kind of know them. Cashews real quick. That's something we saw a lot of in Vietnam, Maddie. They had cashews pretty much everywhere, didn't they?
Yes. And Jasmine showed me how cashews grew, and it kind of creeped me out.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know how cashews come into this planet, and they come through a strange way.
They do come to this planet because they're alien.
They're a strange beastie. They're
right
vegan. They're not actual beasties. They're seeds, but yeah, they're attached to a very, very poisonous fruit, and they have a very poisonous outside that you can't eat. That's why you never see cashews like in the shell or see the fruit they're attached to, because they're very toxic. They make some sort of terrible liquor in Belize that is called cashew wine that is not wine at all. It's some sort of distilled spirit that is made out of cashews, and I don't know.
It swill.
Yeah, no, they call it cashew wine. Belize, actually, their official language is English, so they speak English there, in addition to many other languages.
I have been to Belize,
Yeah,
but not as much as I'd like.
I like Belize.
Belize is very nice.
It does.
I think I could just kind of go to sleep there.
Yeah.
I saw a pyramid there.
I have climbed a pyramid there. It was lovely.
That was fun.
Yeah.
I felt like I was going to fall the whole time. It was great.
Yeah, it was the sort of place that if it was here in America, they'd probably put handrails all over, but they just didn't.
I kind of like a little danger.
Yeah, I do too. I kind of dig that. Yeah.
The only thing is,
I feel like I'm adventuring.
I would hate to be there with a child because I'd be
Oh
constantly
my
worried about the
gosh,
kid.
yeah, go there with Milo, man.
Nah, I wouldn't go.
Well, take
I don't
Milo
even
to
go to
Belize.
the grocery store with Milo. I went to Disney with him, and that was enough.
Aw. He's got jokes.
I had to lie to him about chugging him.
Milo. We'll see him soon.
It's pretty bad when you have to lie about Chuggington.
Well, he didn't have to. He chose to.
The devil made me do it.
Okay, see? And start painting tarot cards.
I like her navel.
Thank you. Reminds me of my own navel. It's still raining out there.
Yeah, I heard the cars going by slowly.
I didn't think it was supposed to rain today.
I didn't check.
Almost looks like she's gonna turn into a mermaid if I'm not paying attention enough.
And be careful.
Yeah. And people will be like, how come she's a mermaid if she's the devil? I don't know, I wasn't paying attention.
The devil would work as a Naga.
No, I painted a Naga.
I love that one.
I painted that one 17 years ago. Naga. The original painting sold for $10.50. I still remember that. Probably floating around out there somewhere.
Rain all night with storms starting at 2 a.m. last I checked.
That's okay, I like storms here. As long as it doesn't leak on me again.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening with that, but it's okay. Did you put the bird seeds down on the ground outside, Maddie?
No.
No. Can you do that now? The animals of the outside don't try to come on the inside.
They don't seem to be out too much.
Okay.
A little bit wet.
Maybe the
Water and it's wet, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Maddie.
What?
I said thank you, Maddie.
Oh, sure.
I don't want them to like take the screens off trying to get birdseed. What has happened?
Is the dress going to be sheer or a bikini top and bottom?
I think it's going to have kind of sheer elements to it that are gonna kind of connect in some places. I want it to almost look like moss or lichen growing on a statue. So it kind of combines with the idea of her being a column a little bit in the middle, almost like how you see moss and lichen growing on a piece of marble, a pilaster going up through the middle. So it's going to kind of combine, and it will look like kind of a patina rest sort of thing coming down from the chains that will combine with the chains down here and then kind of turn into a dress. That's what I'm picturing now. I might change my mind completely and go in a completely different direction later, but that is what I'm thinking now. That's another thing about the kind of discovery phase of painting here. It might look very different in the end than what I'm doing now. It's always funny if I do that and post a work in progress, or if I do a video like this and then I change something completely and people are like, oh, that was my favorite part, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. It just didn't work out. Usually it doesn't happen with something like this. This is a commission piece, but it's something that I have a lot of creative control over. When it's a commission piece and it's a client, like somebody getting a portrait done, or if it's something for Disney and it's a specific character and they make a change, then I have to kind of go with their changes because they're the ones who hired me to do it. But something like this, if I make a change at this point, it's going to be kind of my own artistic decision and not because somebody said, hey, no, make her hand going the other way, or make the background a desert instead of a water, or, you know, nobody's going to tell me that on this one, but I just need to make sure it has the elements I talked about earlier to make sure it fits in with the rest of the tarot deck.
Yeah, that seems I guess it's challenging in one regard that you have to have all those elements, but in a way, then you kind of know what's going to be in the piece, so...
Yeah, that kind of gives a direction to, like, again, I started sketching this one out at, like, I don't know, between midnight and 2 this morning. I only slept like an hour and a half last night. I don't know what happened. But so I was kind of figuring out where stuff was going to be, and I changed it around, and then I looked at the proportions of the card that they sent me and how they're more narrow, and so I know that the things that are around 2 inches on this side and 2 inches on this side are going to be cropped off in the actual tarot card. So I don't want to. Again, it's going to be a painting and a print, so I think of it as a piece of artwork first and the illustration second. So if I put anything really super exciting over off to the edges, I want to make sure it's not part of something I want to be in the tarot deck, because that's going to be hacked off, basically. Because the size of the cards is more vertical than it is horizontal, as opposed to the 18 by 24 picture I've chosen here on the actual wood panel. Because I want this to be a painting at the Spectrum show, in addition to being just an illustration for the Oracle deck. That's where it becomes very different for people who are traditional artists who are working in a physical media, as opposed to people who are doing digitally, like on an iPad or on a computer. With that, you can make it any size you want. It doesn't matter. You can make it exactly the size of the card, but because you don't have to worry about the big piece of wood and the picture frame to put on it afterwards. But then you don't have that to sell also, so it kind of give and take as far as that goes. Because when I'm done with this, I'll scan it in, and then I can chop off the sides, or let the graphic designer people chop off the sides in Photoshop, and hopefully it will work out. I want to make her hair. You know, I might give her a longer hair. I'm gonna get a bigger. But I kind of make her hair, because I've got these the little demon guys, like in the little Joe painting here. They're kind of swirling around. There's a big mess of them, and they're like one big form. I want those to be coming around kind of like her skirt here. Maybe when they come around, if they're coming around this way, I want it to go kind of opposite ways in that painting. If I make her hair longer, and that was to kind of turn into the little swirling demon guys at the bottom. So like if it kind of S'd out that way. If I looked at a big S shape, if I was looking at it. But that kind of covered up
a figure eight, but an S?
Yeah. More like a big serpent, like a cobra behind her, and it turns into
like
her
a river?
hair.
Or
Maybe.
oak?
No, more like a cobra. Like it's kind of curled around her, where the bottom part of her dress is. Kind of goes up along her back this way, and then turns into her hair. Maybe I'll put some little wings and a couple faces kind of sticking out of her hair, so it kind of looks like it's made out of little dudes down there. And that would be kind of a good way to cover up some of the brighter areas behind where her shoulders are.
This piece, people are asking where is the original going to be?
The original is going to be at the Spectrum Fantastic Art Show, located at Planet Comic-Con in Kansas City. On March 29th will be when it debuts.
March 29th.
Now, if you're interested in the original painting, since that's a show we handle ourselves, it's not through a gallery or a third party, you can always email me at jasminetoad@aol.com. Jasmine like the flower with an E at the end, toad like a frog, but not a frog. And you get AOL.com. I can reserve it for you, whether you're going to be at the show or not. You can buy the original because we're running that show, so I can send it to you. But it will still be there on display for people who want to see it. And we'll have prints and canvases and all that good stuff up at strangeling.com, probably after the show. So sometime probably early April. Wow, it sounds like so long from now. But early April will probably...
It does, but it'll come quickly.
I know, it'll sneak up on us. But yeah, something like early April we'll probably have the prints up. And of course I'll let you guys know here at Twitch and on Facebook and Instagram and Patreon and all that too. Because pretty much every painting I do ends up as prints somewhere. The rare ones that aren't are things that are commissions for specific companies, like the Tim Burton ones I do for Disney. They don't do prints, but they do merchandise. Or if it's like portraits, somebody's like, hey, will you paint my grandma? I don't like offer prints to the public of that. That'd be kind of weird. But things that are for publication projects like this, or things that are going to be at a convention or a gallery show or illustration for a book, unless it's like a book that has a lot of proprietary rights, like if it was an illustration for a specific series of books that has trademark characters in it and I had to license it through them, then I wouldn't be able to. But things like this I can typically have prints of up at my website.
Got a tiny little neck.
Does have a little neck. Oh, neck.
Good.
Take some of that darker color and start making shadows underneath where I think the shadows that her head would kind of cast on the front part of her body. Since a lot of the light, what's going to be a lot of the colored light on her, like the magic circle around her and whatnot, is going to be kind of backlighting her. The front part of like her chin and her face is going to cast a little bit of a shadow onto her throat and chest here. We're going to start using some of that to blend in on the sides to give her face, and so it doesn't look just like a random pointy heart-shaped face. She's actually going to have some planes under her cheekbones. Look a little bit more three-dimensional. The thing with starting with a neutral backdrop with a toned background, putting some color into the gesso when I'm primering a panel like this, is I can either go up by putting brighter tones on top, or I can go down by putting darker tones on top, which is what I'm doing now. Mostly water mixed with Payne's Gray, a little bit of the background tone, some Naples Yellow, and some Van Dyke Brown, looks like. Yeah, or is that raw umber? No, it's Van Dyke Brown. And that makes kind of a random shadowy color that will make it look like her face is kind of coming out of the gloom, looking at the people looking at us.
Jasmine, did you hear Penny Marshall passed away?
Yeah, my mom posted that on Facebook.
Yeah.
Didn't we see her here in town once?
No, not that.
When we're walking around Lake Evelyn?
Maybe.
You told me that.
Maybe I thought it looked like her. Maybe it was her.
Yeah, and she was filming something in Florida or something.
Could have been.
This was like 10 years ago. I'm not like saying she's not dead. This was a long time ago. But...
Ian asks, oh wait, Ren Girl first asks, where do you order gesso from? I've been unable to find it here.
Really? I buy mine at Michael's, Joann's, Hobby Lobby. This is any art store or craft store is going to have this. Amazon, Dick Blick. If you have a Michael's, this one is from Michael's. It was $12.99. It's Liquitex Basics Gesso. If you go on the acrylic painting aisle, you'll see it near the bottom. It's next to all the varnish and stuff. They'll have maybe half a dozen different brands. I get what's on sale because it's all basically white acrylic paint mixed with something kind of like plaster of Paris, sort of.
Yeah, don't drink it.
It's non-toxic.
Yeah, don't drink it. Ian asks, when someone asks for a portrait as a private commission, do they usually ask for it to be done in your big eye style, or do they expect realistic?
People used to want realistic ones sometimes, and nowadays I tell them why hire me to do it if you're not gonna want it to look like a Jasmine painting.
In entire agreement with Jasmine. It makes no sense
why do
commission
that?
something from Jasmine.
Because it's like there are a lot of people out there who will
style.
do realistic portraits, and it doesn't matter who will do at least a good job as I will, and it will cost way cheaper, and you won't have to wait for 4 years. So
yeah, it's the people that want their grandfather, like Jasmine.
Like,
will you paint my grandfather?
And I'm like, well, I can, but why would you have me paint him? Why
Jasmine
would
to paint your grandfather?
Yeah. I was like, do you want him to look like my fairies? And they're like, no, I want it to look like my grandpa. I'm like, well, why are you asking me to do it? It's kind of weird. It's like, I don't know.
It is weird.
I always think of that when I think of musical artists that I like, and it's like, would you hire like Trent Reznor to write a country song about your truck for you? I mean, why?
Well, I think
pick things that person does, and why you'd bother to. I don't know.
It's funny sometimes on personalizations when you have to write a love note, and then you sign your name.
This happens almost every day.
Yeah, it does.
It literally does.
I was like, why do? I was like, why did
like,
they have you write the love note?
happy-
Why didn't they just write the love note after they got the print?
Happy anniversary! I will always love you, Jasmine.
Yeah, I was like,
why am I signing this?
Why
I don't
is
know
Jasmine
this person.
writing that? It doesn't make any sense, but I don't think people understand.
I don't know. That's okay. That's fine. It's like, am I saying I love them? Because you could have written that yourself, and I could have just signed my name.
Someone said I think Trent would nail it.
He probably would.
Ha ha ha! Get it?
No,
Nail
yes,
it.
I do get it.
I bet he would nail it 9 times.
I already said that.
Oh, okay.
It's on video if you want to check.
I believe you.
Okay. Yeah.
I believe you.
But no, it's. I think if you're going to hire somebody specific to do something, and it's not at all what they do. I've had companies that hire me to do concept art for things that don't even involve humans, like painting buildings or school buses and like pictures of them for movies. And I'm like, I'll totally do that, and you can pay my fees. But you could have hired anybody to do that, and it would look like a school bus. You know, why did you ask me to do it? You didn't want a big-eyed fairy, but
Jasmine.
Yeah. That's
Jasmine?
fine. Hey, I do a darn good school bus
Jasmine?
and good fire escape too. Yeah, what?
Shut up and draw and paint the school bus. Jasmine,
Yeah.
how do you paint your draws?
Stop that. But for the most part, since I do have a very long waiting list on commission pieces, nowadays I tend to ask people, hey, how about we do this instead? Or here's a list of my friends who also do paintings, and they do realistic paintings, or they paint pictures of your truck or your dog or whatever, and you can do that.
I think people just want something from you, and they don't know how to express it.
That's very true. That's actually part of the reason why I really like doing customized paintings, kind of like I've done here at Twitch before, or I do up at eBay, where I start off the painting, here is a random Jasmine character. Now you tell me how to finish it. And then they can say, hey, put my dog in there, and put a picture of my grandpa in the background or whatever, and my truck in the front, and that's fine. But it's still a Jasmine painting because it has a character. My
ghostly grandpa
in his truck with my dog.
Girl in the front. Yes.
And write happy graduation, I love you, Auntie. But no,
happy Grandfather's Day.
No, so I like doing that because then it kind of justifies the reason why they had me do it, because it has something that I came up with myself, like a main character in there that is recognizable as a Jasmine character, and then it has the elements that they would like included. And I think that's
Jasmine,
usually a happy medium. Yeah.
Can you give her a big creepy smile?
I have done that for paintings before.
Why don't your paintings smile, Jasmine?
I'd go into that.
Why are they so sad?
I'd go into that, but I just...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I should just, the first 10 minutes of every broadcast, I should just ask every question like that.
I have a FAQ on my website for people who know what FAQ stands for, but...
It almost sounds like FAQ.
Hey.
If you say it quickly.
I wasn't saying that. I was saying frequently asked questions.
Oh, okay.
Maddie. But no. It's like people asking Stephen King why he doesn't write more romantic comedies.
Hey, Stephen King, will you write my mother a love poem?
There's probably a joke in there somewhere.
Why?
But...
I have no idea. I just want something from you. If I get a mini painting in the auction, I would want a puffin on it.
Oh, that would be great. See, I love puffins. And that would be a great sort of commission, because it's like, hey, Jasmine's got a little character here, and Jasmine loves birds. She likes puffins a lot, and there's a puffin in there, and that would be adorable. So probably not this time, because I've got to work on this painting and get her done pretty soon. Probably the next time I'm coming back here, January 6th. It's that Sunday after we get back from Kansas City to Florida, and I will be doing a Twitch broadcast at 3 p.m. Eastern Time on the 6th of January. I will probably be doing another one of those little custom mini ones, so we'll see what that one turns into. But those are great, because I start off, there's a main character, there's a little bit of structure to the painting, and then it can kind of go in any direction. And in a way, that is more exciting than if people just have me start from scratch, you know. Because it has some sort of format to it, some sort of formula. If there isn't any formula, then why are you wasting your money?
I agree.
Anybody can paint your motorcycle, my friend. I don't mean paint on your motorcycle, but paint a picture of your motorcycle. I've had people ask me if I'll do portraits of their motorcycle, and there are people who paint really good pictures of motorcycles, and I'm not especially one of them. But I have painted pictures of motorcycles, but...
Ian says, I think I'd be a nightmare if I was ever lucky enough to get a commission painting.
Oh.
My entire brief would be, I want something awesome, please.
Oh, well, see, I can hook you up on that one. I've had people who will commission me, and they're just like, I want it this size, and put something green in there. And then I'm like, oh, that's a great commission. If you're an artist out there and you are just wanting to make somebody very happy, commission them and tell them they can paint what they want, and just give them a guideline size and color. And that you're going to get a better painting that way than if you're going to give them 19 pages of lists of everything you want included, because then you could have just done your own painting, really. I don't know.
I want somebody's creepy grandpa in mine.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Not my grandpa, but somebody else's.
Also, too, from a value point of view, if you... I don't know if people keep track of... I like looking at historical art auctions from places like Sotheby's and Christie's and stuff like that. And if you're going to see like a John Singer Sargent painting that is for auction, the ones that are going to go for millions and millions of dollars are ones that are ideas he came up with himself. It's not going to be a portrait of somebody's granddaughter on their birthday that had their house in the background. Those
I
are
know
not
this
the ones
because
yes.
I've seen it over and over. Jasmine is 100% correct.
Yeah, and it's going to be it's going to end up being a more famous painting. It's going to be worth a lot more money. It's going to be something that the artist wanted to paint to begin with. So it's usually they're going to spend more time on it. They're not going to act like it's a job. That's why things like this are fun. It's like I kind of have a guideline, but I get to kind of decide a lot of it. And so this will probably end up being a very spectacular painting as opposed to one that was a list of a million things that I had to include.
Jasmine.
Although those turn out good sometimes, yeah.
Grinchy says, it would be interesting if you did a young fairy and in the background show the grandma version of the young fairy.
Ah, I've thought about doing like a sort of maiden mother crone sort of one with 3, where you have the young girl, the lady version.
Yeah,
of
but
my
your
age,
old only gets so old. I'm trying to think of.
I don't know. I'm trying to think. I'm going to be painting Madame Leota soon, and she's got specific age restrictions on her painting. So.
Supposed to be telling people that?
I don't know, man. Didn't hear it from me.
It's
like on the internet's forever now. Yeah. No, that's part of the Haunted Mansion 50th. I may or may not get to, actually. I'm still waiting on permission, so don't hold me to it. But I'm doing something for the Haunted Mansion 50th anniversary in California in August.
Yeah, Queen Tree said Dorian Gray. I've got a picture of Dorian Gray, but it's like it's me when I'm young.
Oh.
And I'm like the one aging.
You're the one aging?
Yes.
Oh.
So the painting stays young and well, I guess that would be everyone, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's how paintings work.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Why people
Gray
like to be immortalized with paintings? Yes.
I think it would be interesting if Jasmine did literally any piece by H.R. Giger in her own style.
I would like to. I like Giger a lot, but his estate owns the copyrights to all of his paintings, or the companies that commissioned him to do so, like his movie things and stuff like that. But I have done some things that are kind of Gigery. Not in the past 20-odd years, but... What's that?
Bit biomechanical?
Yeah, kind of biomechanical sort of stuff in general, because I'm a huge H.R. Giger fan. He's one of the big reasons I got into art to begin with. What?
You're not that huge.
Well, I'm a small person, but I'm a big fan.
Okay.
I'm sorry. No, he's one of my all-time favorites. I've got many reproductions of his. I've got all his books. He's a super neat artist. But yeah, he's not in the public domain yet, so I might be able to get permission from his agent. I have talked to him before. We used some of his artwork in one of the books we did.
Yeah, I talked to him on the phone.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, might be able to pull some strings and actually get permission.
I don't know if he remembers it. That was before he died.
Yeah, but it's still the same.
There's a really good documentary.
There are a couple good documentaries. I don't remember
the one where he's in it the most.
The one when he's older?
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, that's really good.
People should see that.
It shows his house and stuff.
It really shows you how an artist lives.
Yeah.
It's not...
It is. It's a lot of stuffy hallways with a lot of filing cabinets, man. Yep. It's very glamorous.
And I would say that we are closer to that Giger life than we would be to like a, I don't know, running around like we're freaking God, I can't even think of his tomato soup guy.
Andy Warhol?
Andy Warhol.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
running
more
around
of an
having
HR geeker
soirees
than an Andy
all
Warhol.
the damn time.
No,
that is not. Nah.
No, not really.
We could pretend that.
Not now.
Oh wait, we've already screwed it up.
Oh no,
well.
that's okay.
We're not Andy
I like
Warhol.
my filing cabinets, man. I've never.
I watched the one of him that shows his roller coaster in the backyard.
Oh,
I
you
thought
know,
it was a
I think it's a train.
train
Yeah, it is
or a train
first
thing.
of all, it has the same word in German, but yes, it is any sort of small train on a track is that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to go upside down. It's just a train on a track.
On a track.
Mm-hmm. All the cool people have train tracks in their backyard.
We went on a night train.
We did. We
sleeper train.
We took a sleeper train to Da Nang in Vietnam. It was a lot of fun, actually.
It was fun. The next morning, we saw the. We were up pretty high in the mountains, kind of.
Yeah.
I guess I'm Florida guy, so everything's flat.
Yeah, Florida's really flat, so everything looks
But we could see the beautiful beach below.
Oh yeah, that was
a lot of
gorgeous
fun.
going through there. Yeah.
And I saw some doggies.
Lots of doggies. Yeah, it was funny because the dogs know exactly like how wide the train is, because doggies will just be like sleeping out in the train tracks and they'll scoot over 11 inches or whatever it is for the train to go right by them, and they're just still kind of out of sleep. They just know the train's coming.
Yep. Sleeping like there's not a worry in the world.
Yeah.
A lot of corgi type dogs.
Yeah, almost all the dogs I saw in Vietnam were little corgis or little poodle chihuahua sort of things. And
somebody said they saw a mastiff. I wasn't there.
I
saw a wolf dog.
I saw a ginkgo type dog that looked like a Malamute sort of German Shepherdy type thing, and everybody was standing around it in awe, just looking at it like, oh my god, that dog is huge, because every other dog here is tiny. And children were lined up to hug it. It was very like ginkgo. And there's a little boy with it who's a lot like Fox too. It was very cute. I think Sonny got a picture. Yeah, lots of cute little doggies there. Make it
this painting's really coming along since we've been watching.
So far, so good. A bit of shadows under her eyes. I want to make sure, especially since she's being lit from the sides and the back a lot, that it looks like she actually has a skull in her head. So it looks like there's some sort of shape to her face, so she doesn't look like a big paper Valentine. Which can be fine. A lot of art is like that, and it can look really good, but if you're trying to make some level of three-dimensional realism, even a little bit in there, to give it a little bit more shadow in the areas that are not going to be hit by the light. Otherwise, the areas that are going to be light and are really going to be hit with a little bright kicker on the side, it's not going to stand out as good if it's too bright on the rest of it. I'm going to actually go over the corneas of her eyes, some more Payne's Gray and Van Dyke Brown. Make that a bit darker too. And say the whites of the eyes, but it's really not in a painting that has multiple bright, fiery light sources. If you make the eyes white, it's going to look like they're lit up like a pumpkin or like with a flashlight inside, and that's not what I'm going for. It could be cool, that's what I was going for, but it's not in this painting.
About 15 minutes to raffle.
Oh. Yeah, I'll definitely do one of the little mini custom ones next time. Those are fun. I like it when people send me things and they're like, oh, this is the necklace that I got married in. Can you put this in the painting? I'm like, yeah, I sure can. And then I can just put it in there, and that makes it special to the person who's getting it, and maybe put their dog in there or something. But then it's still a Jasmine painting because it's got one of my characters in it. I think that makes a big part of the difference for me if I'm doing a commissioned sort of custom thing. And you guys here at Twitch have been really good at picking very cute ideas for paintings. I think I've liked all the little minis that we've done at
I think so too.
Yeah, all of those have turned out really good, and a very good level of customization, but still looking like a Jasmine painting.
Not as many dead grandfathers.
Not as many dead grandpa. Nothing. And again, if you win one, I will totally paint your dead grandpa in there. But it's just, you know, it's customizable. It's got the character in it still that Jasmine put in there. I can cover up if I have to, but started off as an idea.
I wonder if this devil that you're painting likes long walks on the beach.
Maybe. Why?
Curious.
You think she's pretty? Or you think she's wearing a swimsuit? Or
I don't
both?
think she's wearing a swimsuit.
Okay.
Or both.
Okay. She looks like she's wearing a swimsuit. But I'm telling you, I'm going to combine like the top and the bottom. I just wanted to make sure that the chains are really obvious, because that's part of the Rider-Waite deck that I really want to throw in.
I just think
tie with that.
if the devil got, you know, antsy and filled out a dating thing.
Oh, okay.
I like long walks on the beach.
Like pina coladas and whatnot.
Torturing mortals.
Oh, yeah.
No, not like the horrible pina colada song.
I'm sorry. You were talking about that in Vietnam. That's the only reason I mentioned it.
I'm happy we didn't karaoke that one.
It was bad enough making them do Piano Man.
Only hot beach. Green tree.
Oh, okay.
Not cold beach.
Not in your tongue.
That wasn't cold beach.
No, that was a nice beach. Quite warm, actually.
Yeah, I guess the devil wouldn't want to frequent Arctic beaches.
I don't know. And sometimes in old medieval texts, they talk about the devil being in hell being a very cold and frozen place.
All parts of Inferno are. Certainly.
Yeah, I mean, like, really old, like, paintings from the 900s and stuff will sometimes show the devil being blue because he's cold.
Yeah, I remember it seemed like when I was a kid, people talked about the devil being in the ground a lot more than they do now. It used to be a thing. It's like,
it depends
the
who you
devil's
hang
in the
out with.
ground.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn devil's in the ground? Watch where I walk.
Damned, I guess.
What's that?
I guess he would be damned, I said.
Poor devil.
Poor devil.
That poor devil.
That poor devil.
I like to think the devil's green.
Yeah, you know, sometimes he is in old paintings. Remember Mr. Nosebottom?
Yeah.
He's green in that one.
Is he supposed to be the devil?
He's a devil.
Yeah.
I think do I have a reproduction of that one? I'm not handy. I have it in that devil book, but...
I think you should just put that right on her head there.
Mr. Nosebottom? I don't know. I'm not in this one.
No one knows what we're talking about.
That's okay.
They wouldn't want to know about Mr.
Nobody wants to know about Mr. Nosebottom. It's an old medieval painting that it's a devil, and his backside is also a face, and his bottom looks like a nose. Yeah. You actually see it reproduced fairly often. Any book that has old medieval sort of hellish art in it, any devil book's gonna have Mr. Nosebottom in it. Wait, who the hell painted that? No pun intended.
I don't know.
We saw it. Isn't it the Altic Architect in Munich? Or am I thinking of a different one?
I don't remember.
Is there a different Mr. Nosebottom there?
I've seen other Nosebottoms. I don't think I've seen the Nosebottom.
Okay, I'm not sure either.
I haven't seen Constantine.
Such a museum junkie, it all kind of blends together.
Have you seen Constantine with Keanu Reeves?
No. Is it a film?
Yeah.
Okay. No,
I know he casts spells and stuff.
Oh. No, I have not. I saw Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
I think it's like a cross between
The Matrix and
Doctor Strange.
Oh, Doctor Strange. I like Doctor Strange. Yeah, that's good. That's the pictures of fires I was looking at here, where still shots from that. This one
I haven't
here.
seen Constantine. It always looks like he's Always looks like he's tired. He's like, ugh. Constantine.
Did you watch that like on New Year's Eve with some of my cousins when I had to watch?
I don't remember watching it.
Maybe you weren't there. I'm trying to think. Like,
I don't know.
when my mom got married?
I remember in the other room they were watching.
Were they watching something else like that?
Yeah, they're watching a Christian Bale movie.
That's probably what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, you're thinking
okay, I'm
of,
thinking of that. I just wasn't in the room because I was having to sit with
The
my sister and watch
Gunkatas.
kids.
It's
The children.
a dystopic movie where you can't even have a puppy. They don't like emotions. Equilibrium.
Oh, okay. That's probably what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, Equilibrium is not the same thing as Constantine.
I'm not saying it was. I just remember you guys were watching a movie in the other room and I was babysitting the children for some reason.
Oh, where's the big mug?
Oh, I don't have it today because I'm drinking hot tea because it's only 69 degrees, so it's cold here in Florida. So when I have hot tea, I tend to put it in a ceramic mug from the Renaissance Fair. But the other one's from the Renaissance Fair too, but I don't know if it's suitable for hot tea or not because it has some sort of varnish on the outside. We actually had it revarnished because it's a mug I use that often. I had to take it back to the manufacturers to get it revarnished, and I don't know how it holds up to hot temperature. So I just put iced tea in that one. I make my own iced teas, like herbal iced teas, and
There you go. Jasmine's cold. That's your answer.
I'm just cold, so I guess I could have worn more shirts or something.
Monkey Brahms says, "Finally caught your stream. Good morning."
Yay! Good morning.
You must be elsewhere.
I was gonna say they must be ahead of us. I betcha. Maybe they're in Vietnam because
I bet they're in Australia.
Or probably Australia. If they're speaking English. Well, I don't know.
Where do you live, Monkey Brahms?
We just came from a time zone where we would be in the morning. Back in Vietnam, it is like 8 o'clock in the morning.
They're in Australia.
They're in Australia.
Aha.
Matt guessed correctly. So it is tomorrow there.
It's 35 degrees in New Jersey. Thanks, Millie, for the report.
Okay, so I won't complain about 60 odd degrees here in Florida, though. I'm getting sniffles though because it's cold.
That's pretty cold. I'm happy I'm not in New Jersey.
Yeah, we're gonna be in Kansas though, like in a couple days, and it's probably cold there.
I'm happy I'm not swimming in New Jersey.
Okay, you're happy you're not at the beach in the water right now.
Yes. That's
In the
definitely
winter.
something that the devil would not like. That's not a hot beach.
That would not
in
be
New
a
Jersey.
hot beach. No. Hot beach, New Jersey. Be pretty. Guess the devil would be pretty.
Probably. The whole temptation
Probably
thing.
sometimes. Probably turn really ugly really quickly.
Why? When the devil doesn't have enough ectoplasm to hold her beautiful visage together?
I don't know if that's how devils work. I can't really
Everything's
say.
based off of
Is
ectoplasm.
it really?
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, I saw a really grumpy person today when
Was
I
it
was
me?
delivering at the post
Oh.
office. No.
Oh, okay.
But I saw you.
Oh, okay.
And they were in a DeLorean.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I've never
I've seen a lot of DeLoreans in
Why
this
do
town.
I've seen more DeLoreans
I've seen
since
11
I've
at
moved
one
to
time
Florida,
in this town. It's weird. Yeah.
But man, they were grumpy, and they were waiting for a spot.
Do
But
they
I
have
felt
to
their
get a
pain
weird
because it takes
spot
forever
'cause
to get a spot.
Their doors open weird or what?
I don't know. But man, were they grumpy.
But I mean, literally, you've probably seen over a dozen DeLoreans at once here in this town, haven't you?
Oh yeah.
Easily.
Yeah.
I mean, what other town does that
At one
happen in?
time.
At one time, yeah.
And then also
It's weird.
Doc from
Christopher
Back to the
Lloyd,
Future.
yeah.
Christopher Lloyd
He was
was
there with the DeLoreans, yeah.
It wasn't Biff, that Nintendo guy.
Biff might have been there. I don't know.
Well, Biff may have been
I mean, he
there,
might have just been there. I don't know.
but Biff was not driving the damn DeLorean today.
Well, you can only drive one at a time, right? Can't like train them.
Well, you can have one on
I
the
don't
remote
drive,
control.
so I don't know about cars. So. I assume they're similar to other cars.
Future Biff. It was a younger person.
The grumpy person?
Future Biff is smarter than young, stupid Biff.
I don't know.
He's old and cynical.
Like future Jasmine?
Sure.
Oh, man.
There's a DMC shop in Orlando. What's that?
Is that where they make jewelry? No, Run DMC.
Yeah, is it Run DMC?
I don't know.
Do they make cassette tapes?
They're talking about
Do they
cars.
sing alongside Aerosmith? Do they sing about their Adidas?
That was corn.
Wow, Run DMC was really a commercial, wasn't it?
You think?
Now that I think about it, my gosh.
You seeing music videos were product placement, really?
Oh, DeLorean Motor Company.
Oh, okay.
How can they have that?
They probably, because there's enough of them in this town to service them constantly, because they probably need lots of work because they've been around for as long as I have.
That Nintendo guy says, I know about a DMC shop by Universal Studios, but it's a drum place, I think.
It can be both, don't limit it.
Didn't they only make like 7,000 DeLoreans ever, and then it's like stopped?
Yeah, and most of them are here.
Yeah.
Because what's his name went to jail, didn't he?
I don't know the history of DeLorean.
Well, didn't he? No, he was quite a character. Did he go to jail or murder somebody or something?
I think I saw
happened.
a documentary.
There's like an
once,
true
but I was
Hollywood
sleepy.
story about him. So
Yeah,
something
like that.
happened. Yeah.
Sell the parts and services for DeLoreans.
Yeah. Well, there are
I guess
enough
we
of
have
them
enough
here
in Orlando
to keep
it going.
Yeah. So
Every Tom, Dick, and Harry has a DeLorean in Orlando.
apparently, I don't know.
They made a crap ton of parts in Ireland and brought them over to the States.
Huh.
Wow, a literal crap ton.
That's 2,000 pounds metric.
Crap ton. We've got the crap ton.
No.
We've got to take it over there.
No, none of that, please. Thank you.
Tigger says, good night. Hope to see you on Saturday.
Oh, excellent. We'll see. We'll be at Disney World at Disney Springs at the Pop Gallery on Saturday. Hopefully it will not be raining.
4 minutes to raffle.
Oh, yes, for those who are still with us, amazingly, and I'm still awake after many days. There is the Seashell Collector Pen that we will be giving away to the first 200 customers at the Pop Gallery this Saturday, but you might win one here, and if you do, hold on to her, or keep her for yourself, or trade her, or sell her on eBay, because she might be rare. I only made like 200 of these, and she's very special. I collect seashells, so I think about pin collecting and seashells and people collecting things, so that's kind of where she came from.
Oh, USAFO Sarar says, I'm so happy I found you, Jasmine. I've been following your work for over a decade.
Oh, for heaven's sake, happy to see you here.
Well, you'll have to catch our broadcast
I was
earlier
gonna
on
say,
next time.
yeah,
Hang out with us a little bit longer.
We're getting ready to leave for Christmas to visit
We'll be
our
all
family.
caught up on sleep by then.
Yeah, here's hoping. But we'll be back on January 6th. Will be our next broadcast. That'll be Sunday. I think it's the first Sunday after New Year's, the first Sunday of 2019. I'll be here at around 3 p.m. Central Time, which is, what is that, noon Pacific Time, and 1900 or 2000 UK time. I don't know. I don't even know what day it is hardly. But I have it posted here at my Twitch. If you look at my main channel when I'm not broadcasting, it will always tell you when the next broadcast is. And I try to give people at least like a week's worth in advance. So if you want to set a little alarm on your phone or a little note on your calendar or whatever you kids do these days.
Write a memo.
Write a memo. Post-it notes, I hear. The new thing.
Post-it notes.
Yep. Hey, I use a heck of a lot of post-it notes.
Make a home video.
Home video. Oh, she's gonna be great. Yay! I'll be taking her with me to Kansas to work on over the Christmas holiday, and she's so Christmassy. I will be sure to show you guys how she turns out. I probably, again, we won't be releasing the original painting and the prints until March because she will be debuting in Kansas City. So I'm going to leave the painting there so I don't have to drive her up there again. In the end of March at Spectrum Fantastic Live, which is combined with Planet Comic Con at Bartle Hall starting March 29th. And I'll be there in person with this painting and many, many, many other things, including a new special pin that I have not yet designed. So might actually be taking suggestions at the pins group for some of the upcoming pins. So I'm thinking about doing some polls, letting people vote which one they want, maybe picking the ones that people like the most and making pins of them. Something to start off the new year with.
Luna Pixie says, I was just wondering how you were going to get her to Kansas in one piece.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to bring her with me on the airplane, and then I'll probably finish her there in Kansas over the holiday and leave her there at my studio in Kansas City. So when we go up there in March, she'll be waiting for me in time for Spectrum. So that way she'll only have to travel across the country once. As opposed to some of my paintings, which have been on multiple continents multiple times because I keep bringing them from one studio to another and mailing them and driving them and putting them in vans and mailing them and then flying them again, and just a big mess. But this one has a relatively short transit time. Then somebody in Florida will probably buy her and we'll have to ship her back here.
P-Love one.
Congratulations, P-Love. You have a wonderful little seashell collector.
Maybe they went to sleep. I don't remember.
Maybe so. Are they the people who said goodnight earlier? Or is that somebody else? But
I will still put the message
Yeah, put the message up there, and hopefully they will contact us so we know how to send them their shell collector pin. And some of you guys will get her on Saturday. So Saturday, here at Disney Springs in Florida at the Pop Gallery. I will be there from 6 p.m. until 9 p.m. signing autographs. We'll have the new paintings and pins and lots of other goodies and festive holiday cheer there at the Pop Gallery. They'll start handing out the pins at 4 p.m. So if you are there for free pins, get there before 4 o'clock at the Pop Gallery on Saturday. And I'll be there at 6, so you can buy your stuff and get in line, and then I can sign it for you after you already bought it, and that makes it easier on everybody. And it hopefully will not rain. Might be a little chilly, might be 60-something degrees, but you can wear a jacket. And the next time I will be here will be, again, January 6th, Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And that will be in 2019.
So good luck, guys. Get some
sleep.
sleep.
Yeah. Yay, sleep. Yeah. We'll see. Gotta cook dinner and do a lot of work first, but yay. Happy New Year. Okay. Well, we'll see you guys in the new year, or we will see you on Saturday. Night night.